Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. We are just getting started. So if you do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I won't be looking for that, and you're capable of, won't be looking for debates or arguments. I'm really just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Your beliefs. Do you believe it? And of course, if you can't, whether you're tapping the screen, get your questions ready in the comments. And if you haven't already, hit that bent little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen and pick one of those ways to share out the live. Let's see how many people we can get through here tonight to actually question their beliefs. I think we have a request. Before we bring them up, let me make sure I thank Everlasting Godstopper for helping with the first goal. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I think we can go ahead and take a guess. Hello, him. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 38 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do have a belief in a higher power.
And what does that mean to you, higher power?
Something created this whole mess.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that there's some form of intelligent design that created us.
Intelligent design. Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
By that I mean with mathematical and especially with sacred geometry and cymatics. If you're familiar with cymatics
So,
and tonality that creates...
To back up, sacred geometry, cymatics.
Yes.
You mean movement with sound?
Yes.
So with cymatics and sacred geometry, you've determined that there's an intelligent design?
No, not necessarily just with that, but being a conscious observer within that realm as well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if there wasn't somebody that was conscious to observe the scientific fact that if you use certain tones, it creates specific symbols, which in turn correlate to sacred geometry.
Okay, let's back up. What about if the observer was necessary for their... Like you said, if there isn't someone there to observe, and then you went on with just kind of buzzword.
Well,
is this an actual belief that you have, or are you just kind of repeating some documentaries or YouTube videos?
No, not even documentaries or YouTube videos. No, if there wasn't a conscious observer, and for me, like the higher power
if
is
there wasn't a
consciousness.
conscious observer, what? You've said this like 3 times so far, and you haven't finished that statement. If there wasn't, what?
Okay, well then I'll state this. I believe that we are all a form of consciousness experiencing life throughout all its various ways.
This isn't helping with the previous statement that I was asking about. You said if there wasn't a conscious observer, and then you've kind of trailed off in different directions there.
Okay, if there wasn't a conscious observer, would any of this exist?
What do you mean by that?
I mean exactly what I said. If there was no conscious observer, would anything really exist? If there's no consciousness to observe it, then in totality, there's nothingness.
In totality, there's nothingness. I'm not sure I understand. You're saying that absent consciousness, nothing can exist.
I'm not saying it can't exist, but quite honestly, yes, I am saying
how did you determine
nothingness?
In absent, determine that things can't exist without observers.
Because you have to observe them to know that they exist? Honestly, yes.
I'm sorry, does your knowledge encompass all of what exists, or can things exist beyond your knowledge?
There are plenty of dead planets that have no life, no consciousness, or anything else.
Are you drunk?
We only know of them. No.
Okay, because your answers so far have not followed any of the questions I've asked. What is it that convinces you that things are designed? Let's back up.
The mathematical equations of
what
life,
mathematical equation?
Honestly.
Do you know the mathematical equations, or are you just saying that to sound more authoritative?
No, I'm not even trying to sound authoritative.
What mathematical equations are you referring to then?
There's one in specific where the algorithm that Google uses, physicists found, is basically the same thing that codes life.
I'm sorry, codes life? What do you mean by that? Coding life?
Well, hold on. What is your own belief?
Okay, I don't think you seem to understand the exercise, Him. I'm not here to answer questions or debate or argue. This is an exploration and an exercise to see if you are actually capable of questioning your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs?
Yes, I can.
So then my beliefs won't really make any difference to that.
So then how would my beliefs make any difference to yours?
They don't. They absolutely don't, Tim. That's not relevant, though. The point of the live is to see if you can question your beliefs.
Okay.
See how yours are relevant, mine aren't.
Well, it just seems that you are coming across as a great arbiter of beliefs.
How so?
The way that you were conveying yourself.
In what way?
Quite honestly, almost being condescending.
How have I been condescending?
So, if I say something like cymatics, right, where we can tune in to specific frequencies, and we can tune into the same ones with a sand plate, and it creates a certain geometric pattern. You're saying previously you were saying I'm using buzzwords for it, when you can sit down and recreate the experiment with the exact same frequency over and over and over.
Let's back up just a little bit. You didn't describe an experiment involving cymatics when you mentioned it earlier, and you weren't even talking about cymatics when I said buzzwords.
I was when I said sacred geometry.
Are you just here to argue about what has been said already? Because I didn't say buzzwords when you said cymatics. I did when you talked about sacred geometry.
Okay. So I'm willing to question my beliefs.
You're willing to question your beliefs.
Yes, I am. But also, there are things that I do not know. And not knowing is the path of knowledge, right?
I'm not quite sure about the way you phrase that, although I can say that admitting that you don't know something is admirable. But that's... When you say that you can question your beliefs, what does that mean?
What I mean is, even though I can see, say, cymatics is a beautiful example of that we can set the tone, we can find that same geometric pattern no matter how many times we replicate the experiment, right? I don't know how it recreates it every single time that we replicate that experiment. You can find that same every single time.
What does that have to do with your belief in an intelligent design?
Well, that's specifically it is. That's specifically. But you can replicate something, and I don't know how it happens, but it happens every time it's replicated.
In what way does that relate to your belief in an intelligent design?
In that way, there has to be something there that makes it replicate, right?
I'm sorry.
I can't explain it.
I'm sorry.
I can't see it.
Stop for a second. You just said there has to be something there that makes it replicate. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is if you set the same tone and you...
Right, you've already described the experiment again.
Okay,
I don't need you to describe it again.
I don't know how to explain it other than no matter what you do, if you do the same thing, it replicates it. So what makes it replicate, right? So what in the universe made it so that same tone is going to recreate that same shape every single time that you send that tone down to it?
Have you actually explored the science involved?
Yes, I have, and I have an oscillator.
Some mechanism Yes, is it possible that there is some mechanism within physics that you just can't describe yet? And if there is, then how would that imply an intelligent designer?
Well, and even then, even if we went down the physics road, then mathematically it would have been proven that this tone is going to create this, and still that doesn't answer the why does it create
I'm sorry,
this.
I'm not sure that. Do you mean the how? Or the.
No, not the how.
Oh.
The how we can get to.
So we
The
can
how
understand how it does this and how it forms these shapes and how it
Well,
is
no.
replicable.
Okay, yes, we may be able to explain the how, like.
Okay,
Certain,
what do you mean by why?
I don't know about the how, quite honestly.
I see.
And the why is still far-reaching as well.
Why do you assume that there must be a why?
Because it replicates it on experiment every time.
Because it replicates, then there should be a reason why.
Yes.
And the reason why, if the reason why it is replicable is because it is a mechanism that we can explain how it works. Stop for a second. If we can explain how it works, right, and it's this mechanism, then this mechanism would be the why it is replicable, right?
I would agree, yes.
So
but
if
there
we
has
did,
never been the.
I'm still speaking. So if we did find the how, and then that explained why, and then would you assume still that there is some intelligent design behind it if there is this physical mechanism?
If we could find the physical mechanism, then I would be more open.
I see.
But we have not been able to explain it whatsoever.
So are you saying then that you assume that when there is something unexplained, then that must be a higher power, God, intelligent designer type thing?
No, not whatsoever.
I see. Have you ever heard of the God of the Gaps?
I have not.
Okay. It's when people have like a gap in their knowledge and understanding, and rather than use that as a reason to explore and question, they would insert God and say, this is where God is. And if you look throughout time, God has always kind of been in the gaps.
I can see that. So it goes the same, like, say, evolutionary, right?
No, I don't think I
understand what reference you're
making now.
The evolutionary is always there's faith that we haven't found the missing link. And I'm not even a Christian, so I'm not even spouting that. I'm just saying it's a dualistic
I have no idea what you're talking
approach.
About now.
No?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about now. Are you saying evolution of the gaps?
No, I'm saying evolution in general, right? So almost a lot of scientific basis that we believe in is founded off of faith.
What?
I'm not saying faith in God.
Right, what is faith? Him.
A belief.
What is faith?
A belief that what you know to be true or believe to be true is true.
I'm sorry, so faith is just a belief that something is true?
Yes,
that's all faith is to you. And so you're saying that...
extent.
I see. And so you're saying that based on this definition of faith that you somehow have, that science has always been rooted in just the belief that it's true.
I never said that. There's replicated science is replicated in experiments.
Okay, so
Just
then
the
what the
same
fuck
I
are
was
you
talking
actually
about
talking about?
cymatics.
Let me help us along here. What the fuck are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is a lot of people also have their own preconceived notions on what the outcome is going to be, and they will fit their thesis to create the same the outcome is.
Okay, what is it? What does it have to do with what we were talking about?
Belief.
Are you saying that you fit your thesis?
No, hold on. I never said that I fit my. No,
Oh,
if
I'm
I
sorry.
said
You're
that, I would
immune to
have
this
said that.
kind of. Okay.
No, I'm not immune to it. What I'm saying is,
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Anyone can use their own beliefs to fit their own narrative in, right? So you can skew the experiment or say this conversation. I can tell that you believe in nothing and no creator or anything.
You just decide what I believe based on.
Well, based on the responses that you have given.
What responses to what?
Anytime that I bring up any form of creator or intelligent design.
You've barely talked about your creator or intelligent design despite my questions Despite my questions being geared towards understanding what it is you believe, you've nearly avoided the topic. So I don't know what you mean about bringing up creator or intelligent design. I actually don't think you're here. Stop talking while I'm talking. This is why it doesn't work. Because you don't actually come up here to explore your beliefs or listen or have a conversation. You're just here to kind of spew off a bunch of things that you heard on a YouTube video once, and it's really boring and obnoxious, so I'd like to move on to a guest. This is why it doesn't work. Have a conversation. It's really boring their beliefs. Here to kind of... I'd like to move on. What a day. Man, everybody. I hope you guys are having a pleasant evening. I know that was painful. It was extremely painful. I don't understand why he requested up when it sounds like what he wants to do is just make himself a TikTok video about the things he assumes to be the case. Ahoy there, Kira. Hope you're doing well. Doing well. Now we just need a believer with a belief in a thing they believe, like a god, or gods, or with a belief in or gods, or some other kind of godly thing, higher power. If you believe in it, and you're capable of questioning it, then go ahead and request on a more blueberry coffee. I think that is in order. I think I've still got half a cup here. We're good. I've still got half a cup here. We're good. We're good for a little while at least. Yeah, Sebastian, I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, 1,000,000 likes would be awesome. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not discouraging the tapping. But face reveal's pretty big for, one live with 1,000,000 likes, especially since I think I said and have said for the past year that if Thrayle reaches 10,000 followers, I might. So that's a big difference. Right. It's unsettling. Who wants to see this bony visage? There's no need for that kind of horror in your life. Symbol misses the adorable angry bat. Well, I think we all do. I mean, you miss the image of the adorable angry bat. It's been a while since he made his way up on panel. Right, Kira. Attitude is fearsome. And we had a request and they disappear, of course. I don't know what you mean by sidekick, Sebastian. I see a Michael V in the chat. I heard your new addition to the Curiosities, and I'm really tempted to play that one while we're waiting for a guest. It is a lovely evening for questioning beliefs. Now all we need is a believer with a belief to question. Right, Attitude is the main character. At least if you ask him, that's what he'll tell you. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you, Jazz, Dash, Danny Grax, and Everlasting Godstopper. Thank y'all so much. Now all we need is a believer. Now, I guess one way we could do that is if we all go down to the bent little arrow at the bottom corner of the screen and pick one of those ways to share the live out. Pick 2 or 3 maybe if you really want to get us out to the FYP of a few people who might be curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Simple says, can we make up the religion of Batitude while we wait? I mean, Batitude is technically a Batcolyte, the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance to the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages. Of course, he's less a purveyor of that knowledge than he is just an adherent to it. But as I mentioned, I heard something from Michael V today, so I think we should all hear it.
I sit where the night folds over thought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. just shadows and whispers. Me and you. We dance in the quiet under the stars as the world sleeps. We heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
Thank you, Michael V, for that one.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up.
Now we just need a believer. Like I said 5 minutes ago. Thank you, Shell. It is pretty good tonight, both sizing, isn't it? Hopefully it stays that way. We'll see. I may still fuck things up. It's bound to happen. Believer, believer, believer. Yes, we just need someone with a belief. Not that we're here to ritually gather round and strip the belief from their bare bones until they're left with nothing but an emaciated remnant of what they once were. That's not what we're doing at all. We're really just here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, whether that belief is in a God or gods or a higher power or really anything like that. If you can, then go ahead and request up. I think you'll find that it's a much more pleasant conversation than I just indicated. But in no way am I looking for debates or takedowns. I'm not looking to humiliate or shame. I really am just, well, curious if you can question. Alex says, when is our next Q&A with Thrayle? Oh, I guess we should have a question the questioner soon. No, Kira, not the emaciated husk of your beliefs left behind as we traverse the exploration. I don't know, I think I offer a very comfy couch. The music is, not intrusive, but still interesting and inviting, I think. This one might be a little more intrusive. That's true, Kira. I don't actually own a couch, so I probably wouldn't know a comfy one from an uncomfy one. I imagine they're all rather comfy. Comfy is a comfy word. And we're just here for comfy conversations. Well, I guess kind of comfy, maybe a little uncomfy. But not intentionally so. Only in the ways that any exploration can. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you think you can question your beliefs, well, there's a box right down there at the bottom for you. Or you can use the pink and blue silhouettes next to your chat box. Either one of those will send a request, and I'll bring you right up. I'll have a few questions to start, but mostly I want to know if you can question your beliefs. Can you? Not just answer questions about it, but can you really question it? appreciate that, Dark Knight. I try not to have too many of those nights. To Aoka says, I believe that you need to get back into your imagination. And I can question it. Do I win? I mean, technically, if you can question it, you might win. But if you say you always win, I would question that and see if you can. And if you can question that, if you don't really know, then you might win. It's balance, not competition. I think I agree with that to a degree. I'd question the balance. Is it balance? The algorithm's really not liking us right now. But we are at 19,000 likes, so I really appreciate all of you who've tapped the screen so much. It really, I think, makes a difference. I hope it does. Let's keep going, and maybe we can trick the algorithm into picking us up and putting us across a few more FYPs. Maybe somebody will be curious enough or courageous enough.
Hello.
Hello, Onion King. Can you...
How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Sorry.
Can you remind me your age? I know we've spoken before.
We have. I am 34.
And do you have
That's
a belief?
a lie. I'm 100 years old. I do have a belief.
Is it in a god or gods or anything like that?
It is. No, actually, it's not. It's not. I came to you because I want to argue something else.
You want to argue?
Yes.
What did you want to argue about?
So... Okay. This is really difficult for me. I come across the live a lot, and I like your live. I think you're a very wise person, as well as all the other people that you bring up. But at the same time, I'm kind of afraid, I guess, to talk about it. But what I would like to discuss is whether or not my beliefs are helping me to move forward in the future.
What beliefs?
That I can keep living the kind of life that I'm living in order to reach my goals. I guess, yeah. There it is.
That you can keep living the life you're living and reach your goals.
Yeah.
What do you mean by reach your goals? What goals are you?
I would like to. Oh, sorry, the music is very loud.
It did just get really intense all of a sudden.
Yeah, it got really loud. Is that you, the other person?
It's me. I turned it down.
Oh, it's you. It's you. I like your live. I think everyone that comes on here is very smart. Um, I guess I'm still in pain about my life, and I do not know how to move forward. Is that weird? This is a different kind of question in
I have to
terms of
say,
my
I mean,
beliefs.
King,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to seem dismissive at all. It sounds like you do.
You don't have to be.
Well, it sounds like you need to question something and that it is important to you.
Yes.
I don't know that it is on topic with the live, and it kind of, well, I feel like if we explore this too much, it's going to seem kind of more like a therapy session rather than a.
Well, give it a try. Give it a try.
And I'm
Because
not
I
a
believe that
therapist.
you're smart enough to know what I'm trying to say.
You're trying. Is the questioning around your belief, your worldview, your acceptance of what
Yes.
is,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
and what is the belief, the worldview, or the acceptance?
So I am debating whether or not I should go back to my religious upbringing or to stay outside of it.
Which religious upbringing is that?
So I was a former Jew.
Was there a I don't know the correct terminology. It's not. Is it sect?
I guess? I don't know either.
Were you Reform, conservative, Orthodox? Do you
Christian.
know?
Christian.
Oh, I thought you said you were Jewish.
I was. I was. But previously I was a Christian.
Okay. So, and right now, do you believe that there is a God?
I do not. Not a god. A goddess. A goddess.
What is this goddess?
And looks after them. I think it's a female.
Why do you think that?
Because that is what most people look towards in order to help. Most people look towards in order to help. I don't even think they understand that the ones that they're reading about are male.
I'm wondering, aside from the tokenization of queerness within the stories,
Okay.
what Jesus's queerness would mean to you? What that would shift about your understanding of him?
I already had that understanding of him. It doesn't shift anything.
You were taught that Jesus was queer. You were taught that Jesus was queer.
From the beginning.
Does this idea of Jesus as a gay man make him more relatable to you, or more?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay,
How
so
wouldn't it? Because everything that he did was to prove to us that queer people had a place in humanity. Good question. Good question.
I mean, the reason I'm trying to get to this
Do you disagree with that?
The reason I'm trying to understand what you're saying is because at this point,
Well, you
what it
never
feels
said
like.
that you disagree with it. You know what it feels like, Kara.
what I'm trying to understand is,
Do you not?
at this point, it does feel as though we are on the verge of tokenizing queerness, right? And so
No.
I'm trying to understand the deeper
It's
meaning
more than
here.
tokenizing them.
It's
Okay.
more
So,
than-
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
okay, so sorry, Thrayle, what were you saying?
Oh, she said it's more than, and I was just emphasizing
Yeah, it is.
questioning.
It really is more than.
But how is his queerness essential to your understanding of him?
I'm not sure what you mean. Please expand.
Aside, because you really haven't gone into what that means, how that shifts your understanding of him. You simply said he's a gay man, and he came here as like some kind of a token that everyone should accept queerness as equal, which I obviously agree with, right? But
Because
like,
I think that's what his life was.
what
The entire point of his existence was to.
so you did say in the
room for that.
beginning, you did say in the beginning that Jesus to you stood as something.
Kira.
Can you
Do not
stop
patronize
interrupting
me.
her?
Do not patronize me.
I'll
It's
stop.
it's starting to get
I'll stop.
disturbing. Like,
I'm-
how
Okay.
often stop? Like you're
I'll
doing it
stop.
right now.
I'll
Stop doing it. Just stop.
Onion King, are you a queer person?
Oh, sorry. I was muted. Yeah, I am.
Okay, let me his defiance or his queerness. Is his queerness essential to the impact he left on the world?
Absolutely.
Why do you feel that people find him essential and relatable and inspirational, even if they don't agree with your viewpoint that he was queer?
Well, the reasons they find him relatable in terms of his queerness have nothing to do with their beliefs in terms of religion.
What do you mean?
I think he was here to tell us that we are supposed to make room for queers.
Why?
Gays and everything else.
Okay. Is it important to you that holy figures come from margins? Because you've mentioned that you see God as a woman and you see Jesus as gay. Is it important to you that they have these identities? Would Jesus still?
Yeah, it would. because everything he stood for was for the justice of people.
Hmm. And so, regardless of whether he is queer or not, those qualities still exist, correct?
For
And so, these still exist, correct?
why?
Because you're pretty adamant about it, and I just wanted to explore that.
Well, I'm asking you, why does it have to add anything?
And I
It's
answered
just true. It's true.
because you're pretty adamant about it, and so I wonder why you're adamant about it.
Okay, well, I'm asking you why you defy the truth.
I don't believe in Jesus at all, so I'm not defying anything. I'm just wondering.
I'm
where
not
your
defending
beliefs are.
Jesus. I'm saying that what he said was true.
Okay. All right. Let's
I'm not, Kira, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You
That's fine.
or Batcolyte. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
That's
I'm
fine.
just saying, this is truth.
For you, this is true, yes.
This is a man.
Your understanding of Jesus as gay maybe restores something that religion told you you couldn't have.
Sure, yeah, as a former religious person, yeah. Yeah.
Do
All due
we?
respect. Yeah.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, there's no respect due in my eyes at all. Okay, so have you considered maybe that this may be why you're so adamant about this identity for him, because that was taken from you, or you were not allowed to express your own identity?
Well, it's been taken from a lot of people.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just asking about your experience.
Most people. Well, it's not just my experience. It's happened for a lot of people.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But it is also
That's what I'm
true for
saying.
your experience.
Yeah, especially.
And that's what I'm kind of curious
I'm
about.
speaking up
yours.
about it.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking up about it. Yeah.
I do wonder what
Kira, you're doing an amazing job.
Can you stop interrupting her?
Sorry.
So,
BT-dub.
I do wonder what matters more to you when you're looking at spirituality. Is what is written or what heals you?
What heals most people?
I'm not concerned with most people. I just want to know about you.
I am.
Your belief, right?
I am. I'm concerned with most people.
I mean, in this conversation, I feel like what is important to you is what's relevant, because we're questioning your beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what matters
I
more to you?
believe what matters to most people, as well as myself.
So, what matters more, what was written or what is healing to you?
Here, what are you arguing?
Okay.
I'm not arguing at all.
I think
You are.
we've kind of hit the point here, Onion. We went.
What
we
have
went
you
ahead
hit?
and, right.
So
Yeah.
Kira's doing a
We
great
hit a-
job.
So you're not though. So I think we're gonna. Yeah. We had a poll, and we're gonna go ahead and move on. And I felt like the only way I was gonna be able to finish saying that is by moving on. You did a great job, though.
I mean, man, I tried so hard. Thank you. I was honestly curious. I wanted to explore it a little bit more, but there comes a point where no matter what questions you ask, there aren't answers, and that's okay. That's okay. We met the wall, and that's all right.
Well, I don't. Wall. It might have been a wall. That's true. I don't know if the wall wasn't something else, but I think that's speculative.
Agreed.
But your questions were great. I thought it was interesting how they focus so much on that aspect of Jesus while not believing in the God.
That was what I was actually like hoping to get there, but we couldn't get past just the initial question. So like we weren't able to get there. I would actually really love to dive into that with someone who was willing to explore that belief. But yeah, man, it it was. I'm not trying to be uncharitable, so I'm not gonna say anything. Actually, no. What I will say is this: if you live that experience, you know that nobody can assign that experience to you. That is your own expression and your own thing uh, to admit to or to identify with. There's nobody who can assign that to you. And I know a lot of people, me included, it was a bit. But I also can appreciate people who are trying to find connection in their beliefs to something that they experience themselves and how that can be healing. I get it. But that's what I wanted to explore. That's okay. It just wasn't the conversation for that.
I mean, and the idea that the God of all of that was a goddess, if it existed. Or am I mixing up guests? No, it was the same guest.
Why I asked whether it was more important for it to be historically true or as is written or healing, because I can fuck with it. I get it. You want to reach towards something you recognize, even if you're maybe creating a potentiality just to see yourself in what you believe. I get it. That's a very human thing. It's a very real thing, and that's okay. But I should think that you would want to explore that through questions. I don't know. But also, people think of questions as arguments, and that's not it at all. We just want to explore thoughts. Well, at least, I mean, me and Thrayle do. I know that for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely not interested in arguing, and sometimes I'll present a question that may seem like it's from a particular viewpoint um, of opposition, but it's meant to explore the thought and to present it as a headspace for the person to think about their own view.
Because, like, and I'll add this, and I know this is off topic, but we don't have a guest right now. But, like, the comments have also said, I do feel that when we can see ourselves in higher powers and historical figures, it almost gives us more permission to exist. And I get that from a queer perspective. I do. There's room for that. There's room for that. But that's what's fascinating. That's what I want to explore. You know, let's talk about it. I think that's a really cool idea, but I want to avoid the tokenization. I want to avoid that they're gay. Like that's harmful, honestly. And being a queer person, you should know that rhetoric is harmful. But anyway, I really am just, yeah. We just want to know what you believe and why you believe it. That's it. Anyway, I don't have a segue.
I thought about queuing up one of the musical ones, but we'll get there. We'll hear plenty of them, I'm sure. In the meantime, if there is anybody with a belief in a god or gods or anything like it, go ahead and request on up. You know where the buttons are. I'm sure you've seen how it's done. If you haven't done it already, you push one of those boxes on the screen, and then we'll accept your request, and you just answer the questions openly and honestly, and I think we could have a great conversation. But I do need to thank Philly Red, It's Aussie Bear, Shell, Danny Grax, Fibonacci Flux, and 96 for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much.
السلام عليكم.
Oh,
فيكم إخواني بخاطركم استغفر.
Sorry, Abo. I don't think you're gonna appreciate our conversation very much.
Simi, we're not here to tear you to shreds. We're nice.
I don't know what we would tear anybody to shreds with.
Questions. I'll be right back.
Yep. And we'll be right here.
Come in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
What I find really cool about questioning your beliefs is that if you come across a question that shakes you a little bit, you're going to go research it some more. There is power in understanding why you believe the things that you do.
I agree. Hey, Andrew, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 42.
Power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Yeah, I mean, where that they seem to be literal. Yeah, I take them to be literal. There are parables and things like that that aren't meant to be taken as literal. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. But like the 6-day creation or Adam and Eve, those stories are true.
Yeah, so I affirm the garden and the narrative there, except the 6 days, even historically, people have interpreted that differently. So it's not just a modern interpretation that people have taken it to maybe mean a long period of time. So, other than just 24 hours. So there is that, there's the ability to make that accommodate, an old earth, old universe, stuff like that.
But still 6 orderly periods in this particular order: light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, that kind of order.
Yeah, I mean, I accept the order. Yeah.
Uh, how do you square that with the order given in the next chapter when it says that man comes before the plants?
Yeah. There's different ways to look at that. I mean, I typically take Genesis 2 to just be like a zooming in after the creation's already taken place. So
after everything's already made, but
yeah,
before there are plants.
before there are plants. Let's see. So this
2:5.
Yeah. So the order, I don't know. So I more literal. I take the sequence to be more chronologically correct. In the second, chapter, I take that to be just a zooming in. And I don't think that if you're, and I can't pull it up right now, we could read the narrative. But I don't think that would matter too much if the order is different in chapter 2. But yeah, we could read that. Yeah,
So
I can't pull it up right now, but
if the order's different in chapter 2, if hypothetically, if it's the man before the plants, and then the animals, and then the woman, in that order, would that not contrast Genesis 1?
um, man, I wish I could pull it up right now. I know I can't because it'll pause the live.
You can go and look at it for a minute. We just won't be able to hear you while you're looking.
Does it kick me off? Is it kick me off?
It shouldn't, but
okay.
if it does, you can always find your way
Okay,
back.
I appreciate it. Yeah, give me just 1 second if you would. I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Hi.
Hello, Cat.
Hello, friends.
Hello, Godstopper. How are you doing?
Wonderful.
Kat, why does it always sound like you're like tripping into the live?
Well, the cat was on the counter. He got on the counter as I loaded in, and here we are. Hi.
I love it so much.
I went and accidentally became a mod somewhere else before I was here. I didn't mean to, but I did.
Accidentally? Do tell.
I was at that other live that I like a lot, and somebody was spamming in the comments, and just like out of like reflex habit, I was like, hey, don't spam, and then I was like, oh shit, I'm not a mod here, and then I became a mod, and I was like, oh shit.
You accidentally proved yourself worthy of modeling?
Apparently. Yeah, I'm just from like reflexively like from modding here, just like it was like just instinct.
I just gotta break in for a second, Andrew. If you are gone for too long, it might disconnect you, so you might want to just pop back in for a second and make sure that you're still connected. There
Thank you. That's super cool, man. Thank you.
Just hop back over. Yeah, I really like that live too. It's nice to see all of you there, and then all of you here right afterwards. So great.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys too. Whoever came up, Cat, Everlasting. Yeah, so I just pulled it up, Thrayle. You're saying, so in 219, I did like a comparison of the different, translations. And if you look, like, say, in the NIV, it says the Lord God had formed.
Had formed. Is that there in the Hebrew, though? Or is that added?
Well, if you look at, so from what I'm seeing is that it seems to be that a scholarly understanding, I don't know how much of the consensus, I'll have to dive in on that more, but it seems like a scholarly understanding, at least it's certainly prevalent, that they accept that the way that the Hebrew reads there is that it's quite appropriate to render it had formed. But yeah, I mean, I'd be doing on the fly, like digging on this. I've never really.
So,
go ahead. Sorry.
Is it possible that those had forms are later additions to make it seem to reconcile with Genesis 1, where in the Hebrew it is not present?
I mean, I grant that. I mean, yeah, I grant that that's possible. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest and say, yeah, I grant that that's possible.
If it is not present in the Hebrew, if those are later additions, then could it be that these are two different stories?
Well, I mean, two different stories. Like not even about the same event. Like it's not even meant to be like the same event. Is that what you're thinking?
If not about the same event, then at least not by the same authors, not by the same people. Perhaps two different myths by an ancient people trying to explain something they didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea, and I understand the idea of multiple authors. That idea. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a possibility. I guess for me, I just have a good reason to trust the scripture because the way I read scriptures, I read the Old Testament through the New because I think the New validates the Old. And so, even if it were the case that like the ordering here is a little bit strange, or there is two authors, I would still want to accept it as, inspired as true. But I would question, like the ordering could be off, but it wouldn't mean that they're necessarily saying something false because it depends on the intention of the person writing, right? I think the intention matters.
The intention of the person writing. So
Right, correct.
in your mind, that's somehow going to work with a single author between these two chapters. That a single author could have written that everything was created in this particular order, and then in the next chapter, this different order.
Yeah, because sometimes, and I see this even in the New Testament, but it seems like the ordering of certain events is actually reversed at times, and I don't think that's what we would take I don't think we would take that necessarily to be a falsity, because it just depends on what they're intending. Yeah.
Interesting. I think for the most part my questions are answered here, but I'm fairly certain that other people on the panel have questions, so I'm gonna open it up to them.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Thrayle. I appreciate it. Never met you before, but I'm gonna follow you and definitely like to talk to you more. So I appreciate you.
I do
Go ahead,
wonder.
Kira.
Oh, thank you. I do wonder for you how you decide, because you said that some of them are parables and some are literal. So, how do you decide when a story is literal and when it's symbolic?
Well, so that's a good question. So there's this idea, there's a doctrine within Christian belief called like the perspicuity. It's a hard word to say. The perspicuity of Scripture. And it's basically the idea that God is the author of Scripture through man, but that he is able, since he is a pretty powerful being, and I'm saying that kind of jokingly, he's omnipotent, basically, and omniscient, that he has the ability to make what he intends to be understood plain. Now, that doesn't mean that everything is plain, but that you can understand the primary things that he would want you to understand clearly, and that they don't take a lot of they're not going to take like advanced training or anything like that. As long as it's in the language that you can read, and that you have the basic faculties to understand what you're reading, grammar and stuff like that, and understand what words mean, that you can get what it is that he is expressing, and whether it's to be taken as an allegory or as literal.
This is actually fascinating. Oh, sorry.
So many different ways without being. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, this is actually very fascinating to me because I've never heard of the perspicuity of Scripture.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, all right. Who is the Scripture plain for?
So it would just be for mankind, just generally. So when you take, go ahead.
I do wonder.
No, go ahead.
Because if Scripture was plain for mankind,
Sure.
Why are there so many different interpretations of what is parable and what is literal?
Well, I don't think that there's a whole lot of disagreement on that.
Aren't there like 47,000 different sects of Christianity?
Yeah, so in Protestantism, we have an enormous amount of sects, but if you notice, there's massive overlap. And primarily, remember what I said on the core principles. So, for example, God exists, God created the universe, sin is real. Jesus is sent to pay for the sin on the cross. He died and rose from the dead. You will be judged, and there's a heaven and a hell. All of that is going to be agreed upon pretty much across all the sects. Now, there are differences in the way we cash out those things, and some trimmings.
I think all of those things are agreed on amongst all the sects.
Right.
But I'm curious, Andrew, before we really get too much further.
Sure.
Why did you request up here?
Oh, well, I typically like to engage people who don't believe, because I think Christianity is true.
Engage, but why did you request up here?
To speak with you guys.
So you didn't come up here to honor the prompt. You're not actually here to question your beliefs. You're here to preach at it.
Oh, well, it says, can you question your beliefs? I can.
And argue.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think you can. I don't think you're capable.
Well, so I've actually changed several of my beliefs. Now, not my core belief, obviously, in Christianity, but I've changed several of my beliefs. Over the past 3 years, I've had some pretty radical changes. For example, I used to not affirm pronouns for LGBTQIA plus community because I thought I was affirming lies. But I've actually been persuaded out of that, and now I do affirm the pronouns of a trans person. In fact, I hang with trans people rather often on a different platform, and I affirm their pronouns. And I guess so that's a kind of a radical change for me. I also I've had some changes in my view of hell. I've taken the eternal conscious torment view most of my life. Over the past, I don't know, maybe probably about 3 years ago, I really kind of started solidifying towards a universalist view. So I believe that all people will eventually be saved. Go ahead.
Have you applied the same level of questioning and critical thinking towards your religious beliefs that you did your social beliefs?
Yeah, the one I just gave you, the one I just talked about, universalism, that is a religious belief. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm pretty much engaging with I prefer to be around people who do not believe rather than people who do believe. I don't like being in an echo chamber, so I welcome people who disagree.
What are you seeking when you come into spaces where those beliefs are questioned?
Well, ultimately, I mean, I care about people. I care about everybody. So I have a general disposition of wanting people to be saved, right? So I do
You
have.
care about us, so you want to save us from eternal damnation, right?
I can't save you, but I mean, I do want to tell you about God, right? So, but go ahead.
Have you questioned your belief in salvation?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I quite. There's nothing off. There's nothing off limits.
What is salvation?
Salvation is just it's to be saved, basically, and to be saved from the punishment that would be due for your sin. So to be saved from that would be to have salvation.
I don't think it's saved from my sin. I think it's saved from the sin of the first humans. Is that not correct? The original sin?
Yeah, so the doctrine of original sin takes a couple different forms, and that is something where the church isn't agreed upon, as far as all the believers. I don't hold to the view so I do hold to original sin, but I don't take what comes with that for a lot of Christians, which is called original guilt. And that is that you are inheriting the guilt of what Adam and Eve did. I don't take that to be true. I don't think the Bible teaches that. So, go ahead.
Are we not still being punished for the original sin?
So there is a modification that was given a curse onto man, and it is true that childbearing pains and the earth changed. It says thorns showed up on rose bushes or whatever. I mean, all of these different things occurred. That's true, and so we do have consequences of that inheritance. So that's the way that I do acknowledge that we've inherited a fallen nature. But it's not the same as saying that we're guilty at birth. So I don't affirm that we're guilty at birth. I think you are actually neutral at birth. You're not guilty of sin.
Can I ask you, forgive me if I'm ignorant here, I'm not very familiar.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's really fine. It's really fine.
Who is salvation for?
Salvation is for all people that believe.
So, okay. All people that believe.
Yeah.
So if I do not believe, I don't need to worry about salvation.
Well, salvation is remember what I said it's being saved from the consequence or the judgment that would be applied to your sin, right?
But if I don't believe in salvation, it's not for me, is that correct?
Well, no, it's for you, but I guess it depends on what you mean by for you. The point is that Christ came to save all man, right? Everybody.
All man. Okay.
Yeah.
So salvation is for all man?
Yeah, by man there I mean mankind, just to be clear.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah. So it's for everyone, but it's a free gift. It's not something that you are going to be forced to accept. If you don't, go ahead.
Oh, I do wonder
Mhm.
what happens to people, in your understanding, who never encounter your understanding of salvation.
So I do believe that, and Scripture talks about this, that people are judged by the light that they have or the knowledge that they have. So it isn't the case that just because you have not been exposed to, say, a missionary or the gospel, say you live on some island, you never heard it, you raised by wolves, whatever, right? And you never hear the gospel, you never hear about Jesus, nothing like that. I believe those people will be judged mercifully.
What if
Um,
my missionary was not very compelling?
Yeah, again, so it's going to be according to what it is that you know. So it's not what you don't know. So if you, in other words, if somebody comes up and gives a delivery of the gospel to you, right? But they're very lame on it. It doesn't make sense. They don't answer questions. They pervert it or do something to whatever. That is going to be taken into account. And
Does the false deliverer also get salvation?
the false deliverer, if their intention was good and they actually are saved, then I mean that's a failure on their behalf, but that doesn't mean that they're going to lose their salvation. I mean, God's not like just kicking you out of salvation just because you sin. I mean, He knows that
Well,
we're sinners.
I thought that was kind of the thing.
No, so I mean, if you want, you can walk away from the family, right? You basically could just leave the faith. If you wanted to, you could just disown yourself from the family of God if you wanted to. But I
That
don't
makes it
think.
sound.
What's that?
Does that not sound a little culty to you?
What do you mean by cult here?
Well, the way you just phrased that. If you want, you can walk away from the family, but
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's a cult because I think God loves people, and I think that love is not coerced. So if you have freedom, or what I would term as libertarian free will,
Yeah.
you don't. There's no relationship on earth that if you have some coercion going on, that we would say that's a healthy relationship. That's a huge problem.
So if I am in a relationship where if I am to leave, I will be punished, do you not find that coercive in some way?
Yeah. So the way that I understand what you're saying. So the way that I would look at that is that you are a person who knows you have failures, and I do too. I think everybody knows that. Now,
Everybody does. That's
sure.
humanity.
Yeah, sure. I mean, even if we don't share the same moral code, the code that we do have, we know that we don't meet that standard, whatever it is, right? So we know that we fail our own moral code standard. And I think that when you.
Do we?
Yeah, do we know that we all fail our own moral code standard? Because I don't think that I think that I pretty regularly don't fail my own moral code standard.
Wait, so are you saying that you haven't done something that you were like afterwards, I knew I shouldn't have done that. It was
No,
wrong.
I certainly have, but I don't continue to do that thing. I
Well,
just
that's good.
like learn from it and move on. Like at this point in my life, I've been alive for 30 years, and I pretty know what is right and what is wrong, and follow those things to like I mean I don't know the last time I did something where I was like, wow, that was really shitty and I shouldn't have done it, because I just don't do those things.
Yeah, well, I think that also is coupled with another problem, which is that there is this kind of tendency for man to do this kind of thing where we kind of normalize or start to justify certain things that we may have initially felt convicted about, but then we got to the point where it's like, it
Thank
doesn't
you,
matter.
Jill.
What's that?
What would shift your convictions?
Indulgence to the contrary of changing due to the conviction. So
What does that look like?
yeah, for example, if somebody was I don't know, let's say that they were a thief, okay, and then they steal and they're like, I shouldn't do that. Society condemns it pretty broadly. Obviously people,
Why do you think people steal?
various reasons, because they either they want financial gain, or they like the thrill. Some people do it because they feel like they need it. Whether they do or not is questionable, but they feel like they need it, so they're going to steal. you know, some people just do it because it's just something to do. It's fun. There's a lot of different motivations, but most know that it's wrong, right? And then that's why it's pretty broadly understood. Like theft is pretty much banned all around the world, as far as that being a norm. And I think that when people do that, they know they're doing something wrong. And if you continue to do it, right, if you just did it over and over and you're like, I don't care, eventually I think you start to get to the point, and I've noticed this in my own life, for certain things, you start to get to the point where you don't really care about it anymore. You're like, I don't care that it's wrong.
So what if people? Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead. No, I don't mind. It's fine.
No,
It's
really
okay.
quickly, I just need to break in.
Yeah.
We did a poll a minute ago. We didn't have enough votes, but if everybody wants to, there's a poll in the upper left-hand corner of their screen.
Oh, cool.
Clipboard. Everybody can vote on that. Yeah. Go ahead, Kira.
I've never even seen that before. Thank you for pointing that out, Thrayle. That's awesome. Thank you.
How do you feel about people who claim salvation, claim they're saved, claim to live a certain life? They show up to church every Sunday, and by outward expression, they look to be living the life. And this is leaders of churches, like the figureheads in a lot of these different religious sects.
Yeah.
But inside, they
Pretty
are
decrepit.
right, and they're perpetuating harm. Like, what if someone is claiming salvation?
Yeah.
What does that mean for you?
Well, so to me, it's expected, right? So the scripture talks about wolves in sheep clothing, and I do think that that's prevalent. So I don't get too shocked when I see, a bunch of scandals or various pastors and people in the religious sects or movements getting exposed, things happening. Because the reality of it is we're sinners, and people are messed up, and some people are really messed up, and they put on a front, and I get that. And so, unfortunately, it reflects bad on Christianity, and I understand that. But at the same point in time, again, it's something that I would just expect. And, that's why people need to be saved. I mean, they're just messed up people.
What of those who exhibit nothing but caring and nurturing behavior, advocacy for their neighbors, fighting for their neighbors' well-being, their own well-being, their family's well-being, all of these things that are values that are espoused in the scriptures that you value, like, but they don't believe in God?
So that would kind of fall back into the thing I was saying earlier about, like, if you're aware or know.
What if they are?
Yeah, so if they know about Christ, they know about Christianity broadly, and they reject it, if they have good reason to reject it, I think God will take that into consideration. So I don't think
what is a good reason to reject Christianity?
it was poorly articulated. Maybe it was not given in a accurate way, wasn't delivered properly.
Does the history of Christianity weigh at all to the good reasons to reject it to you?
Well, I don't think that you judge a practice by its abuse.
Why not?
Because anybody can claim Christianity.
This was a pretty large thing that happened. I mean, if you look at the history of Christianity and the colonization and the mass genocide committed in the name of, I feel like it's irresponsible not to associate it with the religion they were touting at the time, right?
Well, I mean, surely you can understand somebody's motive to want to employ the scripture that they have to
Thousands of years.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think
Millions of lives, right? And so, like, if I'm looking at the history of Christianity, and I'm just not that compelled because I've seen what Christianity can do.
Well, but if you take something like, if somebody watched the movie Seven or whatever, right, and they go and
I
do,
don't know that reference. Can we use a different one?
or Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right, whatever, right.
Did not watch that movie. Can we use a different one? Can we use something that's not a movie?
So what he's referencing is a
What I'm saying,
cereal unaliver.
Okay, can we use something in history, not in pop culture? I guess is what I'm asking.
Oh yeah, Charles Manson or
Okay.
Jeffrey Dahmer, right?
Okay.
Somebody could just know about those stories and go and do things according to what they know about that, right? And I don't think, I mean, it's kind of weird because it's not an ideology, but I guess what I'm saying is if somebody you can misapply anything. You could take a Dr. Seuss book and go do all kinds of stuff.
If we're being honest, and I hope
Sure.
we are,
Yeah.
if we can look at the history of harm caused versus
Yeah.
what I'm viewing, right, as someone who's not Christian, harm caused versus
Good.
healing,
Yeah.
right? The harm very much outweighs the helpfulness, the healing that has been applied to the world in the name of Christianity. Like I can absolutely point out some good examples of people living in accordance to the values touted by, but I can also look at literally example upon example upon example of people using this to cause harm. So if I am not compelled because of the reputation and the historical evidence opposing this good word that is being spread to me, like, is my doubt
Justified.
right? Like,
Yeah.
is that also a threat to my salvation or anybody else's salvation? Like, I'm not understanding where the line is, because you said with good reason.
Sure.
With good reason, if they're not
Right.
going to believe, and so I wonder where the line is. Where
No,
the
it's fair.
distinction is.
Yeah, so I appreciate this. Very good. So I take rationality or logic and reason, I take them to be objective. So I don't think that it's a matter of, oh, well, different strokes for different folks. I think there's one truth, so to speak. I don't think contradictions are true. So
That's a wild statement.
Oh, really? So oops,
I'm
sorry.
contradicting you right now.
No,
that's not what
that's not what I mean. Sorry. So I mean contradiction in this sense, like A and not A in the same at the same time in the same sense. Like this ball is all red.
You know, a contradiction that I'm not really interested in right now. Contradicting the audience who voted twice in a poll. So I let it run for a little while, but he's seriously just here to argue, and I'm not interested in hosting his debate. He can take it somewhere else. Because this isn't a debate. He sat underneath that sign and debated every question asked, thinking he's being respectful, thinking he's somehow abiding 1 Peter 3:15, 16, 17. Go read your Bible. You scrolled into me preaching, apparently, Becca.
I'm always curious if Christianity can be weaponized and used for harm, and humans have had, such a history of doing this, while God remains hidden. Why is God depending on humans to deliver this salvation, this message? Does God not see the religion being misused? And then is God judging me for being unconvinced on top of all that?
Those are good questions. Kira's questions were good too, by the way. I just want to point out, you did nothing wrong. His answers were just literally intended to argue with the premise of every question.
I think I'm at a. I apologize. I am I have a very deep curiosity for how deep this belief in Christianity goes, because that's not. I've said to Thrayle and everybody else here before, like, I'm woefully ignorant of Christian lore and the reasoning and depth behind their belief, and so I go a little bit further than maybe most would. So I apologize. That was entirely my own curiosity. I'm so sorry.
How dare you ask good faith questions on this plan?
Listen, I don't know how to read the room because I'm not a part of that room. You know what I mean? So,
No, you did find your questions were great. He just wasn't here to be anything but preachy and argumentative.
I also noticed the tokenizing of the community, the trans community, and then patting himself on the back. That was kind of cringy.
here's where I will push back a little bit, and I'm not trying to, but I'm just saying, at this point, I am glad that people are questioning those beliefs. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. And I'm not a big fan of congratulating oneself for that, but hell yeah, do that. Keep doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I was sensing from him it was a little more along the lines of you can love the sinner but hate the sin. I knew that was in there somewhere. I just sensed it. Maybe I'm wrong.
We didn't get into it, but I didn't want to get into it after the last conversation. I already had my queer arguments for the night. Yeah, it makes sense though. I hear what you're saying. What I want to ask is, okay, now that you've questioned it and come to that conclusion, how are you advocating for them? That's a good question.
That is a great question.
He said he's got friends, but on another platform, so we won't see him interact here with them.
Yeah.
I'm a
Can go to a
trans
different
where no one
school.
can see me.
It's like the girlfriend from Canada drove from the
Right, that's like
She
what I
doesn't
was
go to
about
the
to
school,
say.
you guys.
She just doesn't go here. Yeah. Pat, get off the counter. God. Every time I unmute.
On this app, like you could say that here. Why don't you say it here? That's interesting.
Very bad kitty.
Well, I felt like I was done questioning as soon as he realized that there was a prompt. And he wasn't here to fulfill or speak on it, and kept going.
He came to abolish the prompt, not to fulfill it. That was the best Bible joke I've ever made. That was so good.
That was choice.
It was a choice.
Kira, did you see Fibonacci Flux say that you asked a question about the missionary, and he said, as somebody in Utah, I understand this, and I didn't know that he was in Utah.
Yeah, Fibonacci. Yeah. We're both here. We've connected over that.
There's much Utah here.
There is a lot of Utah in here. Yes, or Utah adjacent, as you are.
Yeah, so Utah adjacent or a frequent flyer.
We should have a Utah gathering.
Next time? Yeah, absolutely.
Next time you're in town, I'm gathering all the Utahns.
Hello, Simi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Nope.
Oh, Simi, no, you should. Don't be scared. Come on up. You're so brave. Let's do it. I know you've been like waffling a little bit. Come on up.
Hello, Simi. Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god do you believe in?
I've kind of been losing faith. But I grew up Orthodox Christian, so Abrahamic Papa.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have.
Do you believe it currently to be true and literal?
I do not. But I think the crucifixion happened, as with many others.
Do you think the resurrection happened?
No.
Do you believe Jesus was at all sent by God?
Like as the Messiah?
Yeah.
Mm-mm. No.
Do you believe there was a God? Is a God?
Yes? Question mark.
What is God?
Creator, source. Question mark.
Interesting that we're punctuating everything.
I'm just trying to emphasize that I don't
I'm
know
still
entirely.
Semicolon. I meant what? I had more conjoined to say.
It's better than an exclamation point, I think.
I also like to say question mark at the end of the sentence when I'm not sure everybody's going to know what I mean.
Simi, you're doing fine. What is it that... I'm sorry, the last question I asked was, what is God, right?
Yeah.
And your answer?
Creator or a source. Possibly.
Creator. Do you think things are created?
We might, I feel like we might attribute like a will or like intention. I can't say that that is though.
You think there might be a will or an intention, but you don't know what that is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a will or intention, I guess, for like all other forms of life. Like it just happens, I guess. If that makes sense.
Are you saying that humans have a will or an intention?
For creating life?
What, I'm lost, Simi. What is it that you're saying your higher power God is?
What was the last thing you said?
What is your higher power or God?
I'd say creator or source.
Right, creator or source, and I had asked if you think everything's created, and you started kind of meandering off.
A creator or a source of what?
I want to say everything, but then again, I can't attribute to, like will or intention behind it. I don't know for sure. I mean,
So then where does that leave? Like, where does that leave you if you can't attribute will or intention to everything existing, that
Can't,
would imply that it's not creation.
but like, can't the possibility still exist?
I mean,
Possibility
the
of what?
possibility exists that I'm a brain in a vat floating through space, but does that mean that it is the case, or
No,
even
no,
likely to be?
no, but like agnostic folks believe that there is something, but without knowing what the something is, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh,
It's just an I don't know. Agnostic is just I don't know.
okay.
You could be an agnostic theist in where you hold a belief that there's this God, but you don't know what it is. Or you could be an agnostic atheist where you don't hold a belief in a God, but you still don't hold a knowledge claim. And most atheists you're going to meet will consider themselves agnostic atheists.
Right. Yeah.
I just want to ask something real quick on what you asked, what you brought up earlier about creation. So, how do you differentiate between something that's created and not created?
I don't think I can.
Well, let me ask a hypothetical. If you're taking a hike through the woods and you come across like a brook or a stream or a small river, and you see a bunch of sticks piled up blocking the flow of this stream or river, and you might think to yourself, is this a beaver dam? Did a beaver build this? Or is it just a bunch of driftwood that the current, that it all collected in one place? How would you determine that? Like what the answer is? Was there an intention from a beaver, a busy little beaver that constructed this, or is it just nature
Could
forming?
could I say that I didn't know that beavers existed at all?
For this hypothetical, you know beavers exist and you know beaver dams exist. But this also another possibility is that the current just brought a bunch of driftwood together, and it all bunched up in one place. So how would you come to determine the answer? Is there an intention behind this, or is this something that just happened naturally?
Is there any way?
There is. You can investigate.
Okay.
Right? You could go look for signs of are there are there chew marks on the wood? Is there other evidence of any activity from a little beaver? Do you see beaver tracks?
But what
Do
if
you see
I
like
take little like erosion marks to be bite marks that really aren't bite marks?
well,
That was a really good counter to that.
yeah, kind of. I mean, I think something like bite, chewed up wood. I think you would be able to determine whether it was chewed up or
Like
or just driftwood. Just tree branches that had fallen into the river that had died off of the branches and fallen in. I think if you investigate close enough, and if you really wanted the answer, I think those little clues you would look for. And that's, I guess, the reason for this question is to really, pose the possibility of one, like how do we find out if this was created or if this is just a natural process?
The reason I think that was a really good counter to that was because it really accurately illustrates, like, what if, like, let's say for the purpose of the hypothetical, you didn't want it to be beavers for whatever reason. You're terrified of beavers. I don't know. And so you looked at the bite marks and told yourself that they were erosion marks because you wanted that to be the answer.
yes. That hits. I
So
resonate.
could it like right? So in that same vein, like could it be that the evidence you see of creation is not necessarily evidence of creation, but more evidence of your brain rationalizing what you want to be true.
Right. And just seeking it.
hmm Humans like patterns.
That's embarrassing. Sorry.
Why is that embarrassing?
It's not.
It's not at all. No, what's embarrassing is when I ask that question to people and they can't, they say, yeah, I mean, that's what our brains do, but it's not, it couldn't possibly be what's happening here now with me. No, that's embarrassing. What you just did is great.
Thank you. I just seeing like so much harm done by religion, it's hard to see your worth in it, I guess, right now.
Did that instability begin at a specific moment, or is it something that's eroded over time?
Instability and like my faith.
And yes,
Yeah, as through adulting. But also through like not being clouded, I guess, by spoon-fed thoughts. Or like yeah.
where do your new beliefs come from?
Um, I don't know.
That's okay. And I'm also not trying to get off track here, but I am curious that what has been the hardest thing for you to let go of as you are kind of working through this loss of faith?
My family.
They don't have the
The
capacity
question.
to accept you as is. Yeah.
No, yeah, questioning is not tolerated. And I think that's another thing that did it. Because growing up, I was always like bashed for asking why.
I get that. I get that.
But like, that's so crucial.
So asking questions made your safety unstable, essentially.
Exactly.
Mm.
It kind of like revealed the foundation that was already kind of like falling apart. But thank you guys.
No, it's okay. I appreciate your bravery in coming up here and your courage in coming up here. Do you still feel that you need some kind of permission for your faith, or like do you still lean towards outside validation, or is that something maybe you're moving away from?
I think being at home, living with my parents, I definitely, um, I felt, or maybe it's just being surrounded, I guess, by them. I felt like I kind of had to keep seeking some sort of safety in that.
Mm.
But being away from the toxicity and the abuse, um, allows me to see and read through things easier.
Hey, Simi,
Yeah.
you're doing a great job, for one. And for
Thank you.
two, we love asking why here. Why is great, and questions are always welcomed. And three, I don't know if you're on Discord, but if you are, Thrayle has a wonderful little Discord community. There's a link in his bio and in the Batcolyte bio. You should check that out and come ask why there, because we're all there and we love to answer. Like, we love to ask questions and answer them.
Simi, thanks for coming up. That was really, really brave of you.
Big
And
W's in the
you're
chat for Simi.
fantastic. You're doing a fantastic job. And I hope to see you in Discord.
Simi's back. Did you mean to request
Connected.
backup, Simi?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I disconnected really quick. I was just trying to find the link tree.
I hope that we see you there.
Yeah.
You guys
We do
will. I
appreciate you.
appreciate you guys. Thank you guys, really.
I think we are going to go ahead and move on, and I'll drop you back down, but I wanted to make sure that you got to say goodbye. So, appreciate you, Simi.
Thank you
Big
guys.
W's in the chat for Simi.
Absolutely big W's for Simi. It's very difficult. So I can appreciate how hard it is to question. Hello, Big D. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't really have a belief. I mean, it was suggested with the other guest that a lot of atheists are more agnostic atheists. And I think because you kind of have to say what you are, I think that would be more indicative of how I tend.
That you are an agnostic atheist?
Yeah.
Does that mean that you don't know if there's anything there, so you don't believe?
This is how I kind of treat it. So I believe that there are certain things that I don't, as a person, have an apprehension of. And so, like when people talk about, say, the Big Bang, like it's beyond what I can really share with others that I think they can gain value from. And so I believe in myself that I'm greater than the sum of my parts, you know? Like I have this sense that there's something more than just the electrical signals that are bouncing around, but there's absolutely nothing that has shown to me that it's more than just those signals bouncing around. And anytime I've asked another person for a clue on it, I've never been given anything that I can really believe or find value in. And so it's not that I say that there is not a God, it's that I have no apprehension of what that is. And so I might have fantasies about what there might be beyond it, but I don't share that as a value that other people can gain from.
Okay, Big D. I have a couple more questions for you, but before I get to those, I do need to really quickly thank Becca G, also Philly Red, Fibonacci Flux, Heather's Descent, 3 Pips, Dancing in Duality, Shell 96, and Barfing Toaster. Appreciate all of you so much for helping with the previous goal. Big D, what would convince you that a god does exist?
I would need God to create a physical measure that I could both in some way interrogate through observation and trying to come to some kind of conclusions. A direct conversation, I guess, would be fair enough. Could get us over a lot of the misunderstandings, but there would have to be something that was direct, and it couldn't be insinuated, inferred, or vacuous.
I see. If a god did somehow compel you to believe that it existed, would you worship it just by nature of it existing?
Worship is a tough word to go with. I think that uh, by coercion, yeah, for sure.
Is coercion a good reason to worship something?
I mean, if I'm under threat, then yeah, that's why it's coercion.
I suppose I'm just very contrary. I sorry, Thrayle, did you have an I had one, but I don't want to
Go
interrupt
for
you.
it. No, go for it.
So I was really surprised at that answer. I was really surprised that you at the answer that you have a sense that there is something, but cannot comprehend or quantify it. But what I wanted to ask was, um, a lot of people, when Thrayle asked that about what would convince you, a lot of people say something like very similar. But my question always is like, can the mind not create these like incredibly vivid and like real feeling experiences that are not real? Like, if you did have a conversation or an interrogation with this god, whatever it may be, could it not be fabricated in your mind? Like, why would that convince you?
No, I think that that's a fair point. I think that being a consideration, perhaps not a direct conversation one to one, but I think that you make a fair point. Because I can't say that it wouldn't be a manifestation of my consciousness as a one to one. And even I guess like there are ideas of like mass delirium, you know. So I think that we would have to come back to some like measurable of what that would mean. Um, but when I say that I feel, I don't say that I feel there is something. I'm saying that I have a feeling that I'm greater than the sum of my parts, and that's what might lead me to believe there's something more than what I see. But I'm unconvinced of that, and I'm fully aware that it is my ego that I seem to be perceiving.
What does greater than the sum of our parts mean?
It, just what does it mean? It's a good question. Um, Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things that I think we're starting to like move toward emotion, you know, and things that are far less verifiable and definitely questionable.
Is it
They feel
external
like
to you? Oh, sorry.
No, that's the part that leads me to believe that that that's the part that says that I'm atheist, but I have an agnostic. Uh, you know, I'm willing to be open to an answer that would go beyond what I've experienced myself or had proven to me. But do I see it as external? I don't see anything external in it. I don't see it necessarily in the world, you know. I'm just saying, my consciousness, um, it, it makes me feel as though, you know, it's the sticky part, you know. It's the part that's like, uh, you know, my ego wants to believe, right? And so it's unwilling to let go completely.
So can we have that one background? But also, it- why does it want why does it want to believe that there's more than just like your brain chemistry? And once your brain chemistry is done, is it because this is
When
my favorite one? This
it's
is my
it's
favorite prompt.
it's a discrete play at like immortality, right? Like
Ah, I see. Yes.
yeah, that's what it is. And I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying that again, it's the point when I'm like I don't have something of value to share with another person. I have like I have like emotions that would make me like kind of like the one to one conversation you were saying, it could fool me into believing something that I want, not that's true.
What is appealing about the idea of like the immortality? Like, why is that appealing?
Why is it appealing?
Hmm.
I think because I've enjoyed the experience of being that it's hard to let go.
Mm. Is part of the reason you enjoy the experience of being because it is it is valuable. Being is valuable because it is finite, right? So if it wasn't finite, would it be as valuable, or would you enjoy or value it as much?
I guess I would have to find out.
That's fair.
I don't have a sense of heaven. Like, I don't see there being some kind. I don't believe that there's heaven. I don't see a rejoicing. I don't see how you could sustain that, or why it would lose value. You know, and again, it comes to a point like where it's fantasy. We're pushing fully into fantasy. You know, there's no grip when I don't want to say we, because that's not fair. When I push into those kinds of thoughts, we're entering the land of fiction, and I have no truth in it. All I have is will.
Is there more value in a finite conscious experience or an immortal conscious experience?
I haven't the slightest clue. I only know the finite one. Though that's not true, I don't actually know of the finite because I haven't stopped existing since I began to.
Are you sure?
I mean, as far as I can tell, I haven't stopped existing since I began to.
So I do this thing sometimes to people, and I haven't done it very much lately because I'm afraid I'll cause a existential crisis. Because I did cause an existential crisis once, but I don't think I'm going to cause one.
Dude, I'm
Unexamined.
enjoying this so much, to tell you the truth, because like I'm pushing into areas that I don't, right? Because like
Right.
I feel foolish myself, but I'm enjoying it. I'll tell you the truth.
That is exactly, well, not feeling foolish. That's not the exercise, but pushing into areas that you don't normally. That is the exercise. So that's good. Um. So I asked you how certain you were, or how you were sure that you haven't stopped existing. Um, how certain are you that you ever existed at all, or that I exist, or that any of this exists?
I'm as certain as I can be.
How certain is that?
Um, I'm experiencing now. I continue to experience. I'm able to share with others. And so, do I know that you exist? I don't actually know that you exist, right? And truly, because of the platform that we're, having this exchange, we're even more degrees apart from true being, right? In a
Right.
sense. So I understand what you mean. However, it's kind of like when people say time is arbitrary, but we need at some point to begin to measure.
Right. So we assume that we exist because
Yeah,
that's what
I
makes the
do make
most
some
sense.
assumptions.
Right. But we don't actually really know. Right. Like I could be. I'm sure you heard me say it a minute ago. I could be a brain in a vat floating through space, just dreaming all of this up, or even might not even be me. It might not be my brain. It might be some other brain. We might be a fever dream of a Jesus in heaven in a coma, dreaming of a godless world. That is a real thing that we heard one time. Um, and so, like in that way, like if we. I had somewhere else I was going with this, and Tyler came outside and distracted me for a minute, and I've lost my fucking thought completely. So I might need a minute to get it back. Uh,
I don't know. I don't look for meaning in life. I look for satisfaction and love.
I agree. I think that's a. But so then, where do you find satisfaction in the idea of like being larger than the sum of your parts, or like in the idea that there is some form of eternal existence? You know, not like necessarily heaven or hell or whatever, but like a continuation of consciousness is what it sounds like.
Okay, okay, for me, and what I would say is I don't experience something and truly enjoy it unless I have the chance to share it with someone else. And so there's
Okay.
a part of being that requires others for me. And so this very exchange is exactly the type of satisfaction, the type of kindness that you're showing me and the way you're handling the conversation. I consider kindness a form of love. And I'm not saying you love me, but I'm saying that you're using care to have the conversation. I think you're truly interested in where we're going and what's said. And that to me is exactly what I get out of my sense of being. And that's exactly what gives me satisfaction and love in life. And it's the part that's hard to let go of.
So what if there is like what if the conscious experience does continue, but it is alone? That
Harrowing.
wouldn't so
Harrowing.
that wouldn't yeah that wouldn't be
Harrowing.
satisfactory, huh?
Yeah, that'd be harrowing.
Um,
And part of
yeah, that'd be
what
terrible.
part of what I love, like my life right now is in this strange place where I've got anemia in one part of it, and that's like this. I won't exactly delineate what that is, but then I have this part that's like my family, my sons, and my wife, and truly some of the relationships that I've seen manifest on this platform, and it gives me not purpose, but it gives me satisfaction. And it's not just about satisfying what I want, but it's about being able to share what we have.
Don't forget the big orange cat. I'm sure
Yeah, no
that
doubt.
would
You know, his name is Jorah.
so cute. And but so hmm, this isn't a belief so much as a desire. It sounds like a desire for to continue to feel these things that bring you like satisfaction and happiness and joy past the 80-ish years we get here, right? That's what it seems to be.
My son's sure it's 100, and so I have about 50 more. He's sure of that.
He's sure, well, then he must be correct.
He's
Um,
5, so I got started late.
Thank you, Dancing in Duality, for the second
oh,
money gun. I did see the first one too. Thank you.
hmm. I have a question, but it's not fully formed yet. Like I don't have the words yet.
You might want to form it soon, because we are going to bring up a believer.
Great. A Thrayle, I will say Bert it recommended that I come up and get interrogated, and I appreciate the work that you do with your lives. I think that you use a lot of sophistication in the way that you work with people, and I think that that's great.
Appreciate you, Big D. I do. Thank you.
I accidentally became his mod earlier.
I've really enjoyed you joining in on the lives as well, Cat and Vat. I think that you have a really clear perspective that you know, though well thought, is very easy to understand what you're saying and where you're trying to go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep working on that question, and I will ask you at a later date. Maybe
Yeah,
tomorrow.
well, I enjoyed this thrill. Get your other guests up, and perhaps I'll have the pleasure of your company another time.
Appreciate you, Big D. I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe sometime soon I'll bring you up and you can join us.
Well, Latsu says, if you found the way, you've lost the way. And with that, I'm sorry that I just interrupted you.
All right. Appreciate you. I have that book right next to me.
Really?
Hmm.
I like him, and also you guys. He runs a great live too. Very interesting. Not like this, but a lot of very interesting topics.
I caught the Tommy interview. That was interesting.
Oh, that was so cool.
Well, I'm glad he came by. I really am. And I appreciate his openness with the questions and the exploration. And hopefully our next guests are just as open to questioning their beliefs. I think this one's probably a ghost, but the other one is much more recent. Hello, Steven Universe. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Good answer. Did you say if you've lost the way, you found the way, or if you found the way, you lost the way?
That one. The latter.
Found the way, you lost the way, because I found the way, it was on the chair next to me.
I think, Toaster, I think we all know that the answer that, well, at very least Thrill's answer, but I think most of us would say that that is an acceptable belief.
Oh, I definitely would drink a cup of coffee at midnight. I'm still sipping on the one that I brewed up at 10 p.m. Well, it was a big double cup. Drank half at a time.
One dark roast and one blueberry shaken.
Poured over ice.
We spend too much time together in Discord, you guys. All of us.
I feel kind of bad. We rushed Big D off. We were, um, well, I'm sure you would have found your question. Hello, Symbol. How are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm in my 30s.
Okay. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe I am my own god.
You believe you are your own god. What is a god?
A god is something that is supposed to control your life, right? Or, well, no, I shouldn't ask you questions, sorry. I think it might be something that's supposed to, like, control our lives.
You think it's something that's supposed to control our lives. Why do you think that?
God, like, omnipotent, something that's like the creator. So, like, we have children, so we create each other, like, we create people. Um, then something that, like, can alter fates. So, like, we can alter our fate. Your question was, why do I believe that, though? That I'm answering the wrong question. Mistake. I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know is a great answer. but it should cause more questions, right?
Yeah, now I'm even more confused than I was before. Good job.
My work here is done.
Again later.
If you had stuck to the idea that you are God, my questions would veer towards if it matters to you that that there are traditions that also proclaim themselves to be gods, or that we are all gods. Would you consider yourself a Satanist, for instance?
Well, I also think, like, the Earth has, like, properties that might be godly. I mean, it can change our fate, right? Like, the way the atmosphere moves and the way the trees, like, just everything, like, kind of changes our fate in a way. So, I mean, I guess we are all God, and what's the way of saying, like, nature and the other stuff? Oh, I can't even think of a word. Am I making any sense?
Nature and all the other stuff.
The stuff that affects us, like atmosphere and the way our planet moves. Oh, you're so smart. Thank you.
Well, is environment the word you're looking for, or was it something else?
I think that's a great word. Environment. Yes. Carbon. But then that's going back into the systems idea, which I was trying to stay away from, because I'm trying to figure out, like,
You're still formulating that.
yeah, I liked my system idea, but I'll figure out a better, like, answer for you. We're gonna figure out this, like, God question together. I do have something weird to tell you, though, that's supernaturally. I think because everything's oscillating, that some people catch energy from different time periods, like within the oscillation. And that's where, like, people have dreams about stuff that happens before it happens, or like different things, like they're catching energy from another oscillation period, maybe?
That's gonna definitely lead to some questions.
Like maybe when they see a ghost, it's
Wait. You're gonna add on instead of question.
well, no, I was just like you remember that ghost, the very contentious ghost conversation that happened that one night? Yeah, I was thinking like maybe okay, so if this is the theory that you have, right? So like you said, you talked about dreams, but could it possibly apply to supernatural ghost experiences? That was a question.
Yes, definitely.
So,
I'm trying not to giggle. I'm here for the oscillation.
but you and Symbol both will yes and each other until you're both in a seance or something.
Look, no, I'm not saying that I am a believer, but I will say that it's an interesting theory.
You don't think that different time periods could affect our time period now? Like,
Do I think that different time periods can affect our time period now? Do I think future time periods can affect our time period now would be a better question, I think, to get to your answer, because different just implies past or
yeah,
ending.
it would be future. You're right.
So
You can't go backwards.
I don't see how future events can affect our time period.
Guess I'm just trying to figure out why these people have dreams and stuff. And like the ghosts and different things like that.
Could it be that we don't have an explanation? Or could the explanation be something mundane, like our way of processing stories and
Or processing like small informations that like subconsciously we answer. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you did great. I don't know if Brendan meant to request up, so I muted him. But, Brendan, if you did mean to be here, you're on panel. I guess not. Oh, you did. I'm deciding whether or not to. I think I'm going to. Brendan, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I've chosen chaos in an orderly fashion.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. My apologies. I am 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I was actually a part of the panel a few days ago. I'm someone who's very, conflicted, I suppose. My honest answer is, I don't know. If I'm being genuine, I feel like I want to believe, or I feel like that there is something else. I don't necessarily subscribe myself to organized religion or anything of that nature, but I don't I don't feel like the end of our life is just that's it. Or I guess I don't want to believe that, I suppose.
So you don't subscribe to an organized religion, but you believe there's some kind of afterlife.
I guess I would just that I like to believe that or hope that there is. Maybe I don't know, maybe it's just out of comfort, I suppose.
Why would you need comfort?
Because I'm scared of the inevitable, and I'm scared of the end, and not only.
What is fear?
um. Oh. Fear might be, well, to me, just a state of being. A fear for me comes from just not knowing, not not having any type of reasoning or rationality or understanding of.
You're saying this is a source, but what is the thing you're calling fear when it comes to your fear of the inevitable?
I might need a second on that one. Just one moment.
Take your time with that, Brendan. No worries. And while Brendan takes a moment, I want to thank everybody for the 60,000 times that y'all tapped the screen. Thank you so much. Really appreciate every one of you. And of course, the more we do that, the more likely we get out to the FYP of somebody who has a belief in a god or gods and can question that belief. Oh, Brandon went to think about it. No worries, Brendan. You'll be welcome back another time, I'm sure. Brendan, you'll be welcome back another time, I'm sure. Brendan, you'll be welcome back another time, I'm sure. Brendan.
Well, I think there's their emotion or something where I feel like there's something more, but I don't know what it is. But I don't think it's like heaven or anything like that. I think it's just like a form of being recycled. I don't think it's like heaven or anything like that. I think it's just like.
What would be recycled? Recycled.
Probably be like ingested by like plants or grass or and like the water would absorb me if they threw me in the ocean. Set up after I perished, and then after the earth explodes, as I'm sure it will inevitably do, all of that matter and energy will probably like go into space, assisting like the oscillation to continue like going. And then it will somehow be recycled into something else. Some of the matter goes into like black holes and stuff, which is potentially another like existence. I don't know. It's so confusing, so interesting at the same time.
It's a very optimistic view of afterlife, I think. What is an oscillation?
Repetitive pattern. Everything has it. Like it doesn't necessarily go back to the exact same spot or go to the exact same spot, but like a heartbeat. And we're all in a bunch of layers. I think black holes are layers too. And I know that like they have found that some energy like goes into them, right? So maybe that's like another form of recycling of where we could be recycled. Or maybe we'll just float off and dissipate to space, which is actually very comforting that we could possibly dissipate if we wanted to.
You know she wins every time she says layers, right, Kat?
Black holes are sandwiches.
Yeah, I know.
Sandwiches! Kat, you're like really cool and I'm glad we're friends.
That's very sweet of you. You're very cool too. That was the sentiment with the psychopath the other day on Big D's live too. She thought I was really cool too.
She was very honest.
Well,
Like,
of course she was.
Really, really honest. Like, it was raw honesty.
psychopathy.
I've interviewed a psychopath or two on here before. I wonder if she's one of them.
Her name was Tommy. She was very honest. But she liked me best. I don't know what that says about me, but I thought it was fun.
Well, thanks for letting me talk to you guys. I really wanted to talk to someone, and it was nice to be able to talk to some nice people, so thank you. I'll go away now.
We love to hear about the layers and the oscillation symbol. It's great. Genuinely, it is.
W's for symbol.
How does one eat an oscillating sandwich?
You gotta,
Well, if you're oscillating too, don't the oscillations just cancel each other out?
I'm pretty sure you're supposed to go with the flow, move with the groove, and
What does that mean, bro? What does go with the flow?
let the vibe take control or something like that.
It sounds like you're trying to sing a disco song badly. Like you just made up the words to a disco song that you don't actually know.
The fuck is disco?
What do you mean, what the fuck is disco? You're old, you know.
It's a funky sandwich.
Oh yeah, so your everlasting's old too, he knows.
Hello, love. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in reincarnation.
Just reincarnation. Is there any god or overseer or
I go to
controller of
different, I go to different, like, religious affiliations, so I don't, like, fit into one box.
I see.
The god.
Just a god.
The god, yeah. Whether that's Krishna or whether that's
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus or whatever.
Muhammad's Allah. Or is it some other?
Yeah.
Any of them.
Yeah.
What is a god?
Higher being. I mean, I'm not like in doctrine, like I know all the, stuff in the Bible or anything like that, or any the Torah or but yeah.
What is reincarnation?
Reincarnation is that we lived many lives, and our soul lives on.
What do you mean we?
Meaning in general, like the soul.
What is a soul?
Oh gosh. I mean, do you want the scientific? I mean, I don't.
Yes, if you have the scientific definition of a soul, I'd love that, but otherwise, the way you mean it.
So basically there's no like physical representation of, I would say, a light within ourselves. Not like a physical light, like you turn on a light, but like, if that's a great like metaphor of it, the light comes out of the body after our body, is ready to go. Whatever that is.
What do you mean by light?
Like
when we depart from this plane,
Okay.
the soul carries out of the body.
What is the soul?
I mean, I think I kind of described it.
You said light, but not
Yeah.
light.
What?
What do you mean? It's a light? Is it like a visible light? Is it
I mean,
infrared?
I don't think it's.
Ultraviolet?
I mean, it could be anything you want it to be.
Is it light or not?
I would say light meaning like, I would say like it's like a metaphor, not more so like a color.
What is the metaphor for here?
The soul is that it's the body's a vessel, right? And then the soul goes into the body when we're born, right?
Where does it go in?
I'm trying to you're asking very deep, profound questions. So I would say through like when we're in the mom's womb, that's when the soul goes into the body.
Does it go in like? Is it loaded in through the mom somehow, or like, how does it get into your body?
So I would say, yeah, like through the process of when we're being created inside of our mother's womb, that is when the soul enters inside the body, inside the fetus. And this is just my own belief. I mean, not everyone has to believe the same thing, and yeah, when the soul enters inside the body, inside the fetus. I mean, not everyone has to believe the same thing, and
We're not change anyone's mind, and we're not trying to change yours. But
yeah, it could be questionable.
So, when you say that the soul leaves the body and then enters something before it's born,
Yeah. Yes.
why do you think that this? So, when you say something before it's born,
Yeah.
is occurring? Like, not what reason does it believe in it?
So I've read up a lot about like past lives, and like I also did a past life regression thingy when I was like 18, and I actually ended up having a very vivid dream, and I blamed that dream because basically the dream I had.
You're getting feedback. Like, the more you talk, we're getting a lot more mic feedback. Is your speaker, are you covering the speaker part of your phone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it better now?
Yes.
I don't know why your little picture reminds me of Tales of the Crypt.
I don't know.
Have you never heard of that show?
Yes.
Tales from the Crypt. Oh, okay. I used to watch it a long time ago. But what were you asking me again? Sorry, I got distracted.
Can you question your beliefs, love?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I mean, to always look outside the box and to really like, I mean, there's no definitive answer to anything, right? But for me, I would say believing in a higher being is important to me. So,
What higher being?
the God.
Which God?
I just say the God when I talk about it because I realize that just believing in one thing doesn't really fit every box for me. So,
Is your God a creator?
I would say, yeah, that he created, I mean, like the world.
I mean,
Does your God answer prayer?
I would say no.
Does it have intentions for you? Does it want from you anything?
That I've never thought about. I think more so serving the God, which means to me like we have God within ourselves, so to treat others.
So serving the God is to treat other people what?
Well, to not do bad onto others.
To not do bad.
Yeah.
What is
So
bad?
harming others, whether that's verbally or
To not do harm.
Yeah. You know, like be the
What
change you
reason
want
do
to
you
see.
have to believe that the God exists?
I would say it's not something you can physically see, right? It's something that you just feel in your heart. And for me, it gives me a sense of purpose. So I feel more like.
How does it give you a sense of purpose?
Because believing in the God makes me feel more, I guess, positive.
Makes you feel positive.
Yeah. Positive emotions. Positive feelings. It gives me something to look forward to. I like talking with people about different spiritual beliefs. I'm always open to
How
hearing.
does it give you purpose?
I would say for me, like, spirituality is important. So,
What is spirituality?
Spirituality means like whether that's meditation or going to a temple, going to a mosque, going to a church. And I really liked going to the Buddhist temple. That was
So
very.
spirituality to you is just attending a service from a religion?
No, I mean it's really about taking when you're going in there, taking in everything and learning within yourself what it is that you need to learn by going in there. And just, I guess for me, I like to also learn about different cultures. And
What does that have to do with your belief in a God?
I just, for the longest time, I was going to like a Christian church. And then as I got into my late 20s, I really just started to stray away from it because I didn't feel it truly emanated everything that I agreed with. So,
Why is it that you believe there is a God there at all?
I would say my grandparents, they're passed on now, but they always kind of inspired me to, um, for me giving up on. If you've ever struggled with any kind of mental health issues, like I feel when you go through like trauma or like if you've been through like a lot of stuff in your life, right? Like having a God really kind of makes you feel more purposeful in life.
How
And
does a God make you feel more purposeful?
gives me intention.
God gives you attention.
Intention.
How does God give you intention?
Hmm. A good question. I mean, I've never had someone ask me all these questions, to be honest. So it's kind of making me have to really think about it. So, if I'm being honest.
It's kind of the idea.
Yeah. Very good with these questions. What about you?
What I believe doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Does it matter to you if your
Not
beliefs are true or not?
I don't really care what other people think, whether they think it's true or not. As long as I'm not hurting anyone with my beliefs, I don't think it really matters.
So, to you, it doesn't matter if the belief that you hold comports with the reality.
I guess. Yeah.
Why not?
I think because everyone's entitled to their own experiences in life that really shape what they think or how they perceive the world, right? And if the God is what keeps them going in life and keeps them alive and keeps them feeling positive, inspired to continue going on and trying to make a difference in the world, then so be it. As long as you're not trying to harm others or force your beliefs on other people's throats, then yeah, I think that there's no issue with it.
Don't you think that you could find reasons to keep going, as you put it, inspiration from something that is more grounded and verifiable?
For me, like I said,
Find reasons to keep going from something that is more grounded and verifiable.
my grandparents were really important to me. They'd like treating others with kindness, even when you're like having, like I said, my grandparents were really important to me. They'd like treating others with kindness, even when others are doing and being petty. So I definitely feel they were the only really look up towards them and that they always had, and how much everyone loved them because of how genuine they were. So for me, that's the reason I feel I'm mostly pulled to it, because I was not raised with religion, so it wasn't until I was like 20 that I started getting into it, but it was because of my grandparents.
So the main reason that you believe in a God um, at all would be because your grandparents encouraged you to.
Well, I'd say at the start.
Is there a reason now that you hold on to that belief other than the nostalgia?
I would say just experiencing the light.
What lights?
Like experiencing the light through others. There's very few people I've met in life that truly, I feel, emanate that light.
What do you mean light?
Like just genuine. Like I feel a lot of people wear masks nowadays, so like I would say that we all have God within us, right? But how we emanate it to others is, you know, based on how much healing we do within ourselves as well. Because we all have trauma, we all have like past and everything else. So like how much healing we do is really how much we're going to be projecting out into the world. So
I'm still not quite. By light, you mean?
not like physical light, just I would say more just, I don't want to say good, because that's such a generic word, right? But like light, I always think of it as positive, right? The yin and the yang, you know?
You're
The
covering
balance.
your speaker again.
The yin and the yang, the balance. Wow, some of these people in these comments, everyone else is, what about everybody else here? Because no one else is talking.
They're about to ask you questions.
Oh, okay. So I'm like on the what is it called? You guys
Like
have
a
been.
hot seat.
Yeah.
If you want to think of it as a hot seat, you can.
Okay.
Love, you said you don't you don't seem to have much concern whether or not your beliefs are true, and I'm curious about that. If if there's no value to that, are you concerned at all that you may be susceptible to um, beliefs that are harmful? Not necessarily that you're going to use them to harm, but like let's say, for instance, uh, political groups or religious groups that might use their beliefs to harm society at large.
That's why I don't associate with any one given church or anything. I kind of just go around, and I don't like to say I'm a Muslim or I'm a Hindu or I'm a Christian because I feel that there is negatives with every single one religion, right? So it's really about you truly what's the heart of what you truly believe. I
If
I agree,
if
yes,
you
mostly with what you're saying. I see your point.
if you're not like if you're not placing value on the truth of the beliefs that you hold, what like what kind of standard are you going?
I
If
I agree, yes.
if you like if you're not placing value on the truth, like what kind of standard are you going by, and like if you're not placing value, like what kind of standard are you going by, and like um the comfort that they give you, or what like what kind of, is it just what these beliefs like, or what exactly is it that you value in the beliefs you're holding?
Truth is subjective, isn't it?
Depends, but
I mean, we all like. I mean, there's no religion in general. There's no like facts on it, right? It's more so like what you believe, right? So,
I think you're missing the point of Everlasting's question.
I mean, I'm not associating. Yeah, I mean, if it is harming others, then no, I wouldn't want to be a part of it.
well, I think I'm more curious about like if there's no value in I don't mean in a deep philosophical sense of truth. For example, contradictions. Do you think contradictions exist?
Yeah.
Yes. I Do you think contradictions are true?
That is a very good question. I've never had someone ask me that. I mean,
Can a thing be and not be at the same time?
yeah, it could be either or. So that's why it was kind of hard to say yes or no. But yeah, yes and no to certain things. Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying not to use like absolutist language. I'm trying to just ask my curiosity is about what your standard is for holding these beliefs, and if it's not, if you're like if you're whether or not the beliefs are true, if that's not really on your radar screen, if that's not something you're taking into account, what is the standard that you're going by? Is it the feeling that the belief brings you?
Can I try to bridge a gap?
Yeah,
You
sure.
don't have an answer. Never mind. I remember you saying, Love, that you don't care if anybody else thinks it's true. So you believe that it's true, and for you, that makes it true, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, my fundamental belief is reincarnation. So I don't think that's harming anybody, but I mean, it could hurt people's feelings if they don't believe it, you know? So.
Well, let me
Right.
ask you
What
this.
everlasting is getting at, what
I,
everlasting was getting at was like if you don't care if it's true or not, but what I think what I heard you say was more of that it is true for you and you don't care if anybody else thinks it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I used to
So
be
then
so firm. I used to be so firm
how
and
would
like
you
cutting out. I don't know if you're talking now or not.
We lost you, Cat.
do you know what I said,
No, I
Thrayle?
didn't hear
no,
you.
you cut out, Kat. You're
That
gonna have
was
to
too
repeat it.
much.
Oh. I said if that is the case, then what is your standard for determining what the truth is? How do you determine what is true?
Um, I mean, truth is subjective, right? I think when it
Is it?
comes to like having so this is why I joined because I was like, okay, like I like what it makes you think, but also I've never really had anyone like ask me all of these like types of questions. To be honest, like people usually don't like talking about stuff like this.
Are you familiar with the law of supply and demand?
I mean, somewhat. I know it's supply and demand, but
It's the principle that if there's an abundant supply of something, then it inherently becomes less valuable. And so my question would be, if there, and whereas if there's a limited supply of it, it's rare, and so it becomes more valuable. That's the law. That's how we uh, describe it as a law, right? It's not really a law, but it's a standard that we can measure how valuable something is. So if you're holding a belief that in reincarnation that you've lived before and you're going to live again in another life and then another life and another life for either indeterminate amount of time or perhaps an eternity. I don't know exactly, how far that belief goes for you. But if you have an abundant supply of a conscious experience in multiple lives, do you see how that might devalue this experience in this life?
yeah, I do. I do see that. I mean, I can totally see that. And that was very well said, I must say. Well, what about you, God everlasting?
I it's funny. I frequently um have the same answer that you heard from Thrayle already. Like whatever I believe doesn't uh, it doesn't help make your beliefs any stronger or weaker. You know what I mean? I understand the curiosity of like what I believe, and I'll be forthright about it. I'm an atheist personally. I'm unconvinced that God exists. I'm much of what I just described to you about this whole supply and demand is what holds me to a belief in life before death. I value this life. If there's more afterwards, then I'm happy with that. I'm okay with that. It doesn't scare me one way or the other. Like it doesn't concern the way I live my life here and now, other than the fact that this is the life I have, access to. So I'm going to try to focus on this life as much as possible.
That's really good advice, honestly. Regardless of whether you believe in God or not.
One way or the other. Like it doesn't concern the way I live my life here and now, other than the fact that this is the life I have, access to. So I'm going to try to focus on this life as much as possible.
That's really good advice, honestly. Regardless of whether you believe in God or not, I think that life is definitely a journey, and that we should live each day. And I don't want to say life is a blessing because it's kind of, but waking up every day, I guess something that we should feel grateful for. I mean, depending on your quality of life, I guess. But like anytime, any day, we should really appreciate the time we have with the people that are closest to us, because we were never promised tomorrow.
You're covering your speaker again, love.
Oh, you didn't hear anything I said.
We heard most of it. But I appreciate you. I don't know that I have any more questions for you. And I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. But I think we are gonna move on.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. And if you do find more answers, bring them back, and we'll definitely want to question those too.
Yeah, okay. You have a good night.
You too. If you do find more answers, bring them back, and we'll definitely want to question those too.
Yeah, okay. You have a good night.
You too. It was getting more and more difficult to hear. And now we're back with the sleepy music. But if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up.
Evening.
Hello, Dracoodle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 31 years of age.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Not in a god. I do believe in the individual.
You believe in a what?
And I believe in the individual. Let me move out of the way of the fan.
Or anything like that?
Not in a god. I do believe in the individual.
You believe in a what?
And I believe in the individual. Let me move out of the way of the fan. I believe in the individual self and how we can improve ourselves and such bring everyone else higher as well, if that makes sense.
No. So you're just talking about,
We have someone in the comments that has witnessed a mermaid, and Philly's not even here.
What kind of mermaid? I have questions about the mermaid. But we'll have to question Aaron for now. Aaron, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do, although I prefer to just refer to it as an absolution. It's a rather
Can you
simple
back up
approach
your
to a
mic
very.
just a little bit? We can't quite understand you through the breathiness of it.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's a basic. It's a simple understanding to a complex, well, abstraction of all things. Really, it's just the absolution. It's the approach that everything is one and that one is all.
Why do you believe
basic
one is all?
Because there is no such thing as nothing, and
What is nothing?
everything. Nothing.
What do you mean
Absolutely
by nothing?
nothing in the term that it's only comprehensible as we know it in terms of value. There's nothing, or rather absence. The actual existence of nothing is false. There's no such thing as that.
So you're saying it's the absence of something, either in value or presence?
No, the absolution is basically all things. You, me,
No, I'm
everything.
sorry, the nothing.
Really.
The nothing was the
Oh,
absence.
yeah, the nothing is an absence, which is more of a perception.
So are you saying that it can't exist, or it doesn't exist, or it just matters who's looking at it to see if there's nothing there?
More or less a combination of your last statement and the fact that it can't exist. The understanding of nothing
What do you
is an
mean
impossibility. Not so existence or
Are you saying
experience.
absolute? Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's my fault. Are you saying absolute nothing can't exist? Is that what you're trying to say? Since you were referring to absolutes.
Yes, absolute nothing is an impossibility.
So the idea of a nothing, there's nothing in my cup because I'm out of blueberry coffee. That would be, there's still nothing in the cup, but only in relation to the perspective of blueberry coffee or coffee in general or liquids.
Exactly.
Okay. So, Aaron, rather than getting off into the weeds of these sorts of tangents, I just want to know, do you have a belief in a god?
I don't refer to it as God, but I suppose the absolute. Because, well,
what is the
again,
absolute?
Rose by any other name is still that thing, so referring to the absolution, you could place that under higher power, source, universe, or God. It's all the same thing.
God. Is it really God? Is this the Father of Jesus, or is this the entity?
No, nothing that mundane or simple. It's actually more. It's actually more base. The absolute is the one and all. If you refer to it as God, you're allowed to, but it's that it's the truth beyond.
Can I call it sandwich?
Yes, absolutely.
So I can call it whatever I want.
Rose by any other name is still that thing. I call it absolute. You call it God. Somebody calls it source. Somebody calls it sandwich, yes.
We would call it sandwich because it's everything, right? Is that what it is? It's everything. And everything.
Trace me to sandwich. Salute, you call it God, somebody calls it source.
Is that what it is? It's everything. See? So, what purpose does it serve you to one and all?
It helps me uphold a vantage point. It's a type of enlightenment that I reach for myself, as we all strive for, each of us, one in our own way. I like to.
Sandwich.
It helps me reach for myself, as we all strive for. I like to rest in the seat of one perspective, another perspective. It's a type of enlightenment that each of us want in our own way, of the truth, much as if you were to break down other, and then just the undeniable.
I think that your sandwich is the undeniable sandwich.
It has to be, because that sandwich is the very same that sandwich is the very same sandwich means identities, beliefs, desires,
Are you
hatreds,
saying
or
that because
rejections.
you've decided that?
I've decided that, but it still is a fact.
You say it's
It's
a
still
fact. How did you verify that the sandwich of your conception here is the same exact sandwich as the Abrahamic sandwich, or the sandwich of the one called Kazamuts from, I think it was the Mayan people. I could have that mixed up. But how did you verify each of these sandwiches are the same sandwich?
in the same string, as listing off each of those beliefs in and of itself. The core behavior that each of us, even an atheist, we all hold a higher awareness or belief or
What do you mean higher
grasp
awareness? What does that mean?
off each of those beliefs in and of itself. The core behavior that each of us or belief or
What do you mean higher
grasp
awareness? What is that?
Today, we are the culmination of experiences from our past.
Nation of any of my future experiences. What does that even mean?
We're indifferent to anything.
Are
What moves
desires,
you?
I'm sorry, are desires future experiences?
Yes. Do you not desire food? Aside from the physical ability to be hungry.
Is it desire a future experience, or is it a current experience relating
It can
to
be.
the future?
Depending on your
What do you
relation
mean?
to time.
What do you mean your relation to time?
So,
A future experience, or is it a current?
depending on your
What do you
relation
mean?
to time.
What do you mean?
For a fact, if you were to look around whatever room with your physical
How do you look
eyes
around
is already
in your flesh and blood? Like, what do you mean? And when you start a sentence with "for a fact," so far I've noticed that's when, like, I need to get the shuffle really prepared to wade through to get to whatever it is you're actually saying. Can you kind of respond to the questions instead of trying to prepare these little woo sermons?
I can try, but it would take much more time to break down every little thing that I know. I am trying to stick
It would
to
take so
the
much time
panel.
to break down everything,
Yes, it's better to compress things into a more simple deliverance. That way, even the most, mundane can understand and follow the panel.
To break down everything,
Yes, it's better to compress, mundane can understand and follow.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make everlasting. Did you have any questions?
How can you? How do you know if something has more or less awareness than you?
Simply, it's experience. You can only meet a person where they're at. So, say my beliefs right now that I'm presenting to you, this is where I'm at. And wherever that, simply, you can only meet a person where they're at. So, where I'm at. And wherever that resonates with you, but it also depends on your own experience. You could say my beliefs right now that I'm presenting to you, this you, or is lost, then that's the awareness
What level of awareness someone else has?
that resonates with you or is lost, then that's the awareness. But it all.
What level of awareness someone else has? Did you described when you described whatever this as a higher awareness than you? Like how do you judge? What's your standard of judgment?
Whatever awareness that you utilize, whatever perpetuates you. So you can have an entire existence of not really evolving beyond your current functionality, but there is no different than just getting an education. You know, you didn't know, now you do know. It's like that square of you know what you don't know, then you don't know what you might know, and then you don't know what you absolutely don't know. So I understand the curiosity. There are ways to measure behavioral and cognitive levels. I personally, to answer your question, I don't typically go around seeking to. So I understand the curiosity. I personally, to answer your question, I don't typically go around is functioning on an awareness.
I didn't notice any don't knows in there.
Or
No. I do know that we're going to move on to somebody who actually tries to speak in a way that's understandable rather than a way that makes them feel like they sound smart. And I don't know what else you accomplished. Because you didn't sound like you understood half the words you were using.
I created a word, and it's a little crude, but I'm quite proud of this word, and it is an autosadoflatulophile, and that's someone who really, really enjoys the smell of their own farts.
What was the second?
Autosadoflatulophile.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny.
Welcome in, guys. What's up?
2K, can I get your age for TikTok to us?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in the God of the Bible through Christianity, but
Have
I
you read the
believe.
Bible?
Yes, I have. But I believe.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
I do not believe them to be true because I believe that the person of Jesus Christ is the Antichrist, not the prophesied Messiah as the world claims him to be, or the people of the world claim him to be.
So Jesus was the Antichrist?
So, as I believe it or understand it, yes.
Who was the Messiah?
No one knows yet. He is yet to reveal himself.
What do you understand a Messiah to be?
The one who reveals the truth, and it stands as shown to the end of time, I guess. Yeah.
Have you investigated the Hebrew text where the idea of a Messiah comes from to grasp an understanding on how like say how Judaism views what a Messiah is?
Are you asking me if I know the words of the Torah or if I understand them as the same as you do?
Nope. I'm asking if you've investigated the Judaic theology behind what the expectations for a Messiah to be.
I have never investigated in theology. I have only read the words in the book and came up with my own theory.
Gotcha. Okay. So you do understand that's where the concept of Mashiach comes from. Is from Judaism, right?
Yes. Which is
You
why
know
I
what
don't
the
understand.
word itself means?
Okay, but so that's the whole thing. So I don't understand the term Christian, which is to be more Christ-like, when he was a fully practicing Jew.
Well, I'm asking about Messiah. Do you know what the word Messiah translates to be?
No.
It means an anointed one, anointed with mashak, oil. It's an anointing with oil. Traditionally from a prophet or a priest. This was typically a ceremony that would be applied to a king, or even a high priest would be anointed to their position.
So
It could even be
the equivalent story would be David when he was anointed with the oil.
David was considered a Messiah. Simon Bar Kokhba is another historical figure that was, determined by Rabbi Akiva in the early second century, because he. Oh, go ahead, Thrayle.
Well, I was just going to ask how does this relate to Jesus being the Antichrist?
Would you like the quick version or would you like the semi-noted version?
Let's go with the quick one.
Alright, so from beginning to end, if God is the same today as he was yesterday and will be forever, when he turned his back on us in the Garden of Eden, he never came back. The only person who could claim to have known God died before the supposed Messiah was revealed through the three kings that came and visited Abraham, so no one was able to differentiate the truth. So people took and let their hope run wild, and if you work 6,000 years to create a self-fulfilling prophecy and all you do is divide the people from the original truth, then yes, that makes you the Antichrist. If you go by scripture, it would be the reason why Moses had to lift up the serpent in the desert. It would also explain why Jesus.
Just to clarify, just to slow down, because you said this was going to be the
You asked for the quick version.
That was the quick version.
I mean, that was still under 30 seconds.
Why did you request Step Y2K?
I mean, most people, when I tell my story, they just be like, oh, you're a lost cause, get off my page. Who knows? Maybe you have the missing pieces of information that may teach me something new.
Wow. You just keep going with it. Are you open to the possibility that you could be wrong? That you could be
Of
mistaken?
course. That's my biggest fear.
What would that... I'm sorry, why is that your biggest fear?
Okay, so one thing... Alright, so first thing a preacher says is voice. That's my biggest fear.
What would that... I'm sorry, why is that...
Alright, so first thing a preacher says is these is not my word, responsibility for what they say. Every word I say that someone hears, they believe on it. You know, not everybody does, but those who do, who follow my words, I will have to answer for their belief one day if they learn it from me. So yes, I trade carefully with what I say and who I say it to, and I try to explain it in the best way possible so that one day when I am called to be judged for my words, that I must hold accountability for the things that people think based on what I say.
Okay. Why do you believe that a God exists at all?
Well, it's a fundamental scientific notion that matter cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be changed. But you can't have something from nothing, so the world either always was or it was created. If it always was and there is no purpose, then we have the Assassin's Creed where all things are permissible. There is no reason for morality other
I'm
than.
sorry. Let's back up because you just kind of went on a wild train there. So you said something can't come from nothing.
That's correct. Matter cannot be created. So either the universe has always been here, and we go with the Big Bang Theory.
Something
What?
can't come from nothing. And then you
Yes.
said matter can't be created.
Yes.
And so we could go with the Big Bang Theory, which means what?
Well, so it starts with the quantum singularity that supposedly weighed 25 pounds.
Quantum.
And then
I'm sorry. Where did you get that?
something I read somewhere.
Did you question that source?
Didn't have the knowledge to do so then. I
Have
just
you-
know that it's
have you
a
thought to
common.
look into it since.
No,
Why?
because I found a belief that I could stand on, and I didn't feel that I needed to, because there is nothing that anyone in this world will ever know as true as relevant to the beginning of the universe. I mean, that's just not knowledge accessible to us as people. So there is no use in researching that.
Aren't you using your understanding of the beginning of the universe in reasoning
Who-
where God exists?
No, I'm using
I
an
thought you were
understanding that
saying-
someone else gave me. It becomes my belief, but it is an understanding that someone else gave me. So no, it is not my understanding. It is my belief.
But you're having to use an understanding of the beginning of things in order to reason for you a belief in a God.
So okay, so it's not an understanding; it's a reasoning. So, and it's a belief, because I know nothing of the beginning of the universe. No one in this world knows anything of the beginning of the universe, of how matter was made.
Then why do you assume things either can't come from nothing or had to be created from nothing by a creator that can somehow defy that?
Because that's what the laws of science that is within the physical realm that is provable have proved.
Sorry, in the physical realm of things that are provable, we've proven that creators can violate the laws of physics and create things from nothing. I'm not
Now,
sure I understand.
because you're not listening, no human can create anything.
I didn't
We are
say
not
anything
able to
about
create.
humans.
We are not able to create something from nothing.
What does that
That
have
is
to
the
do with the creator creating things from nothing? How did you determine that that could happen?
Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. He created everything.
Genesis 1:1.
Say that again.
Do you believe Genesis 1:1?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because it gives beginning to something that I don't have an answer for. That's why it's a belief.
So if you had read the Enuma Elish and it gave you an answer to the beginning that was contrary, would you believe it?
I would research it. So what is what you said? What is that?
An older story.
And what does it say?
That everything was created from the remains of a dragon slain by its grandson after he blew the four winds into her and popped her like a balloon with his spear.
Sounds similar to the Book of Thoth.
Interesting. Y2K. So do you believe Genesis 1:1 and the order of creation to be true and literal?
Not literal, no.
You believe in it to be true but not literal?
Yes.
Why believe in it at all?
Because I have never seen anything created. I have seen things made. I have seen things imagined. I have never seen anything created. I have never seen anything annihilated.
I'm sorry,
I've never
you've
seen
never
anything
seen anything
become nothing.
created. You've never seen anything created, then why believe in a creation story?
Because science says we can't create. So there has to be a beginning. So in order to have a beginning, it has to come from somewhere. So
Why
the
do you
same as
assume that there has to be a beginning?
says we can't create. So there from somewhere. So
Why
the
do you
same as
assume that there has to be a beginning?
else does it start? Or is it an eternal, infinite cycle from somewhere? So
Why
the
do you
same as
assume that there has to be a beginning?
else does it start? Or is it an eternal, infinite cycle that still has to start somewhere?
I think I've taken all.
Else does it start? Or is it an eternal, infinite, and it still has to start somewhere?
I can take from you.
And it still has to
can take from you. That. Can take from you. But I couldn't take 5 minutes of that. That's what was missing. The music was. That's what was missing. The music was. That's what was. Maybe that would have helped.
And I think I consider myself more loosely spiritual, in the chance that there could be a higher power, but I'm a very scientific person, love science, love astronomy. I don't personally see any conflict between science and religion. I think they can coexist. I think religion is very, very good for the soul and more the
Let's
emotional
back
side
up
of
for
things.
just
Oh,
a
yeah, yeah.
moment, because I've already got some questions.
Oh, sure.
Are you thinking on the question?
Oh, I thought you said you had one. I'm sorry.
I did. I said, what does spirituality mean to you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. I would think spirituality means to me, I think it's like, sorry, it's late for me. The belief that there is like something inside you more than just the physical, more than just the physical anatomy that make you up, something that is beyond that, that kind of holds almost like an essence in a separate part of life versus just the physical world we live in, is how I see it.
What do you mean by not physical?
I just mean that maybe it's always referred to as something you can't really see, you can't really touch. With mediums, it's only a gift for specific people. And in most religions, the term faith in and of itself is built on the belief of believing in something you can't see or touch or feel tangibly. Though that's where I mean like outside of the normal physical self.
So feelings.
Yeah. Like giving feelings depth.
And somewhere in your feelings, in the depth that you give them, there is something that you think of as godlike.
I wouldn't say godlike on my personal level, but I cannot prove that it doesn't exist outside of myself in the form of some higher power. I can't prove that, so
What do you think would prove to you that it does exist? That something higher power, conscious, creator exists?
I'd rather believe that one does and be wrong than not believe in one and be wrong. I think. I might not know their true name, you know, I only speak English, so it could really be anything. So when I refer to God, I just reach out to the higher power of the universe.
Why do you assume that there is anything there?
It's more the hope that there is. That there's something like beyond the veil that could possibly hear me. I feel like it's more of a hope thing than a matter of fact thing. At least for me.
What is the hope for?
I think it's, I don't know. I guess in times like we're in right now, that good will prevail.
What is good?
Respect to your neighbor. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Seeing all people as people.
Why do you assume that those are good?
Because they bring positive attributes like community, togetherness, trust, compassion, which are all very pleasant things to experience. The opposite of those would be quite negative and harmful to the human experience or the mind, and that's how I make the difference. Full. Have you ever heard of the egg theory?
Oh my. Yes.
I've
read this story on this live. Are you familiar with this story?
Maybe not the original. I saw Kirk's exact rendition of it. Fell in love with it.
Probably was the same. Do you believe that that is what is?
I can't say that for certain, but I do think that it's a very beautiful theory and one that I think the most good for humanity could come out of. Seeing other people around you, your neighbors, those in the grocery stores, you know, the woman helping you over the phone when you're talking to Verizon, as actual people and treating them the way you'd want to be treated. Seeing it as a life that you could very well have experienced yourself in another life, and just being helpful is kind of part of what makes humanity beautiful. And that's why I like the egg theory so much.
Does it matter to you if that is just an imagined idea
That's why
from another person who didn't believe it?
if it happens to be totally not true, I'm okay with that, because I think the essence that it carries.
What essence?
I would say the empathy that it kind of brings with it when you hear the story, wanting to put yourself in other people's shoes and understand them a little more personally, makes you want to have more respect for your neighbor. And I think that message is worth it enough for it to be held with respect, or at least used as like a good moral compass, even if it's not fact.
How do you question your beliefs?
I guess they're always up to question, I'd say. I don't really try to believe anything strictly.
You say you don't try to believe in anything strictly, yet you believe strictly that there is a higher power and that there is...
Just that there could be.
What do you mean could be?
Well, I can't prove that there is, and I can't prove that there isn't. So, with that,
do you feel more inclined towards belief that there is, though?
I would say yes, because I'd rather believe and be wrong than not believe and be wrong.
Why? What happens if you're right? What happens if you're wrong? What's the cost benefit?
Well, if I choose to believe that I'm right, well, I followed the Bible well enough to get into heaven, hopefully. And then if I believed in him, oh yeah?
What is the requirement to get into heaven?
As far as I know, how it was explained to me is if you accept, in terms of Christianity, you accept Jesus Christ as your Savior and repent and believe the way it was explained to me as a kid, that even technically, if you just robbed a bank and the police are outside your door and you literally got on your knees and confessed to God and said, I'm so sorry, please, take my soul, and you died right there, you'd be okay.
Fascinating. To the moment you're facing the consequences in this world and then say, please forgive me, and then you're forgiven.
That's how it was explained to me as a kid. That didn't resonate totally well with me, because in that case scenario, what if the guy knew that going into all that, and that was the plan? You know? You can just say, well, I'll repent in the end and still do bad things. Well, I guess I'm looking
Everlasting, do you have questions for this guest?
I do.
Yeah, boot me whenever you want to. I won't be offended.
No, you're good. It sounds like what you're describing is that you're safe. It's a safer bet for you to just kind of go through the motions of holding this belief, just in case, right? Just in case it's true, then you might have a chance of going to the good place. And my question is this: if just do you think that this God, if it exists, is going to not know that you're just going through the motions? Do you think that's going to be good enough if it's true?
That I don't know. I have thought about it before though, and what I tell myself in my heart is that the purpose of the Bible, the purpose of all of it, and in most religions as well, the main points are positive attributes that instill community and respect and goodwill. And I try to take those pointers and put those into my daily life and live by those values still, just because I believe they're important. And if I'm hoping that if there is a higher power, that they recognize that as, I guess, good enough. If not, I'll respect that because I didn't exactly put myself into a singular box and devote myself in that regard. So I'd respect that.
You'd respect your damnation or annihilation because you didn't fully take Jesus as your Lord and Savior in the correct way.
Well, I mean, I didn't make the rules of this game, and if those end up being the rules, there was no way for me to know that for sure. You know, every religion says they are the true religion. So I kind of have to look at it with a grain of salt.
If that did end up being the case, do you think that that's a just system?
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't see the reason for it. Like there has to be some sort of reason, you know? It doesn't make, it wouldn't, I just don't see why, I guess.
All right, I don't have any more questions.
I appreciate you being up here. I don't have any questions for you right now either. Maybe another time you'll come back and who knows, we'll have more questions for you.
Well, thank you very much.
Oops, I didn't mean to cut you off there before the end. But if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request on it. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? I clicked on 3 different ghosts. I want to bet the other 2 are real. Maybe 3. altar guests, all of them. Not one to apparate before us. Do we need to wake up?
One of Michael V's songs that you played the other day, that the one that was really lively, that kind of had a hip hop beat, I enjoyed that one.
I think that's where we might need to go.
Can you question your belief? The question of belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief question does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit is ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair, but not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
we can easily hit 100K before the end of this. I think that
especially if it's a song on a loop.
Well, no, I didn't put one on a loop. I have a playlist on a loop, but it's like 40 tracks.
Do you have a belief in God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on us.
Almost like little commercials between songs on the radio.
Every certainty feels like a brittle branch. Every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Nothing is final, nothing is true, just shadows and whispers, me and you. We dance in the quiet, under the stars, as the world sleeps, we heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
We're still here. We're still waiting. We're still questioning. If you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm going to be forced to play more. I can't say it like that, but more music. Or maybe that's what you guys want. Maybe I should read Vogon poetry again. That might entice a believer to come up here and demonstrate questioning their beliefs, which I'm sure is much more enjoyable than Vogon poetry. Insomnia. I might have to do more Vogon poetry. If I remember correctly, our last book on poetry was full of Brimbledy rabbles and Wimbledy corpse, and I don't even remember all the gibbledy jumbles of weird conjunctive words.
Just remember to bring a towel.
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then call the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? A cage is made of words you never choose. You say you'll let my sacred hand, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. Tell me, what are gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old. Sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? impossible certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If not the key of fear to turn in you.
I'm gonna go ahead and thank Polly, Heather's Descent, Shell, Ink Som, Paniac, Cassie, and 96 for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. We just want to know if you can question. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Gotta wonder, though, if anybody's really even capable. Oops.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on a
Pretty sure mine could be. repeat it. And again, I was just rereading Jabberwocky. I don't know that that's bad, though. "'Twas brillig, and the slithy toes did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the mome raths outgrabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jubjub bird, and shun the Phrymius Bandersnatch." Maybe we'll finish it later. Hello, Jessica. Did you mean to request up? The long pause usually means no. We'll set you down. Don't worry. Appreciate you being here. If you did mean to request up, of course you can again. And anybody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, you can request on up too.
I should probably take my friend Cedar's advice and slumber on down the road. It might be a little it might be a little off-putting having the everlasting God Stopper appear for somebody to question their beliefs in a God or higher power or anything like that.
It may be. I mean, you might everlastingly stop the god, but I don't know. It might stand as a challenge to them to be able to hold their god against the God Stopper. But either way, I appreciate you.
Yes, enjoy the rest of the live, my friend. I'll see you next time.
Apps. Had to cut you off mid-sentence like I often do. I think I got you mid-sentence. I don't know. Seems like I've got a delay. But I appreciate you. Big W's for everlasting. And if you're not already following him, what the hell's wrong with you? Give that man a follow. He has great lives. Wonderful conversations. And when he's not live, he'll be on panels. What the hell's wrong? And when he's not, some of the other great creators in the community. I appreciate the thought, Morgan. Better you than me, than all of us. He took his vorpal sword in hand. Long time the manxome foe he sought. So rested he by the Tumtum tree, and stood a while in thought. And as an uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock, with eyes of flame, came whiffling through the Tudgley wood, and burbled as it came. Tudgley, Tulgey. One, two, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head he went clumping back. Hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O frabjous day, Callooh Callay, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borrow groves, and the mome raths outgrabe. We're not ending, by the way. I didn't forget to put the end as an eye up. I just thought I'd finish the poem I started. No, it's way too early for my poetry. We're just here, seeing if anybody can question their beliefs as usual, Taff, and nobody can, as usual. I mean, some can. Those that can have, apparently, and those that can't, I don't know where they are. It's probably better they're not trying yet. Maybe they need to think a little harder. Maybe they need to question a little deeper. Maybe they just need for you to tap the screen and share the live so that this live might appear on their FYP, and maybe then they'll find the courage or the curiosity to question their beliefs. And maybe the will or the carelessness, whichever it is, to hit the request button on the screen, any one of them down there, or the silhouettes, the blue and pink, the silhouettes, the blue and pink people next to your chat box, and all of that will help you get up here on the panel. Get up here, question your beliefs. I really do appreciate all of you who've tapped the screen over 110,000 times. I should mention that. Did not go unnoticed, if not uncelebrated. Appreciate all of you. feeling, Huggy. I'm often inspired. We can do this as long as I don't go completely quiet during the really sleepy tracks, right? The ones that are kind of interesting, then I can go quiet. And another ghost in the queue.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hello, Bitterbrook. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
So, 35.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in the Bible, I believe in the Father, and Jesus Christ.
Have you read the Bible?
Oh, I see one in the show. Yeah, oh, never mind. I'm ignoring the chat, but yes, because you know what I'm about to do to you, so, but yes, I read the Bible.
I'm sorry, what you're about to do to me?
Yes, I'm about to convert you with the truth of God, like, in a humble way. Just,
I'm sorry,
that's what the
so
Father said.
just to clarify.
Well, yeah.
Just to clarify, Bitter, did you read the prompt before you came up here?
Can you question your beliefs? Is that what it's asking? Can you question your belief? Yeah. So what is your belief? Why do you believe? Oh, okay. I think you mentioned like, can I question your belief? I think you kind of wrote it wrong, so that's why I was confused. So I'm guessing you're asking, can you question my belief?
Oh,
Which is
I
fine.
see.
And why do I believe?
No. Can you question your belief? I didn't write it wrong.
So you're asking me, can I question my belief?
Yeah, that's the question.
I mean, I already asked the questions, I guess, long ago, but I have no questions now concerning.
So you can't question.
I'm confused. Like, why are you asking exactly? Like you'll say something like, "Are you sober?" Because like you'll say something, pause, or like you slur, like.
I'm sorry, are you accusing me of being inebriated?
Oh no, this is the way you're speaking. Like usually, like it's around me someone that's like inebriated or.
The way that I'm speaking is like someone inebriated. You said as you slurred between words. What was that?
All right. So does anything you want to know about my belief?
Can you question it?
Can I question it?
Mm.
I mean, yeah, if I want to.
What does that mean to question your beliefs?
Can I question my belief? So, okay, if I was to question my belief, right, I will ask, like, why is there, like, concerning my belief, why is there not everyone believing in this belief? That's the main question. So, the thing that is true.
So your question for your belief, the way you question it, is why doesn't everyone else believe it?
I mean, you asked me with that question, but I understand like where it's like. So do you want to ask the third question? Why do you believe? Because I understand like where this is. Like, at this point, I don't know what's.
Why did you request up?
No, I think you're gonna ask like logical questions and questions that make sense. Like have an actual, learn experience. But you're asking the same thing.
I thought you said that you were going to come up here and quickly convert me.
Okay, sure. So I'll do that. So the Bible is the truth. And if you read the Bible, you see that the Most High in Christ is the way.
Is that why you came up here, though, was to quickly convert me?
Yes, I have to. We at the end of days. Time is short. I must quickly do these things, right? We are at the end of days here, right? The time is limited. I can't just let people keep spewing lies and being confused. I'm here to help lead the lost to the Father in Christ, right? So when we read the Bible, we see that the Father
So I
sent
don't
Jesus.
think you're actually capable of a conversation, so we're just going to move on. Doesn't seem like you converted anybody. I missed the part where I got converted, Vijay. Something happened quickly. It wasn't a quick conversion. No. I may be experiencing a little bit of a lag. I'm tempted to do my usual reset. Let me see if I need to do that. I know it would be unfortunate. I do that. Yeah, we could probably bring you up here, JP. Pardon me. Oh, guess JP didn't have the patience, but that's okay. Maybe you do. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you didn't, maybe anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. Then go ahead and request Anna. Well, that's good. The one you can type out your question down there. But if you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, you can question that belief. That would be awesome. And you can request Anna. Oops. We're having some technical difficulties apparently now. Apparently. Morgan's threatening to come up shortly. I must be doing something wrong. I don't know. There's no believers being questioned. That seems like I'm missing something up there. Hello, Axel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there? Axel, did you mean to join us?
I'm sorry, that was an accident.
No worries, I'll set you down. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm 61.
Yep, if you didn't mean to join, I'll sit you down now. Appreciate you, Axel.
Yes, sir.
W's for Axel. Yeah, like tracks like this one. This is probably one where I can't just sit here quietly, or I will put everyone to sleep. So now's a good time for me to probably ponder out loud about why there's nobody requesting up. It must be because I've questioned all of the beliefs in the room, and while they may remain believed, they feel questioned by the bearer of that belief. Does that mean that the belief is valid? Does it mean that it is more true? Or does it just mean that it hasn't been questioned enough? Is there a limit to questioning when something has been probed and analyzed and scrutinized and weighed and measured? Is that scrutiny? It should stop. Hello, Cook. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not really. I'm probably an agnostic atheist, but I don't really enjoy or like labels.
Why don't you believe in a god?
Why don't I believe in God? I probably have a very well, I believe that the God of the Bible is actually Satan, and if there was a God, it would be closer to Satan. But ultimately, I don't really believe in any overly higher power or being.
You don't believe in a higher power or over being, but if you did, it would be something like Satan.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why don't you believe in a god, though?
Why don't I believe in a God? It's a good question. Ultimately, I probably believe in what we can observe and measure and science, and I probably believe that we are just the perfect distance away from the sun for life to form over millions of years, and believe years, and ta-da, we
So we just the right distance, and life just happened to form, then ta-da. Then ta-da.
I mean, ultimately, very basic.
What my beliefs won't make very much difference to this conversation, then
yeah.
much difference to this conversation. So, can you think of what might convince you that a god does exist?
Belief.
God.
What would convince me? Any undeniable proof.
Yeah, what's an example of what that proof might be?
I was going to say something visual, like something really silly, like I can see a pink cushion in front of me, and I obviously know it's pink, but I want to go a little bit deeper than that. Even just intuition, like if I can feel that there's a deeper or bigger or more meaningful connection, yeah, I don't know. I've just never resonated with probably any religion. I've studied Buddhism, I've studied Judaism, I've studied Christianity, I've studied Islam. I find them probably all equally as silly as each other, to be honest.
So you can't think of anything that would be an undeniable proof of a god?
I don't think there's undeniable even exists. I think it's all subjective.
What does atheism do for you?
Nothing, but that's why I added the term agnostic, because ultimately I don't know if I don't know that I believe in any god, but it's the not knowing part that is the agnostic term. But like I said, I don't really like labels. They don't really do anything for me. Just to affiliate with some type of cult, religion, higher power being.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
Does it matter to me? Probably not, because it's not going to change the way that I view the world, see the world. It's not going to change the way I act on my emotions, impulses, actions. Just because I know something exists, it's not going to change who I am.
And again, back to the what would convince you? You really can't think of anything evidentially or experientially, things that might be able to compel you towards a god if they happened.
I just think it's all subjective. Like, you and me could look at the same event and tell two different stories. So the fact that one single it's a hard question. It would have to be intuition and gut feeling, probably more than anything.
If a god had found a way to compel you to believe in it, to trust your gut and your intuition that it existed, would you worship it just for existing?
Yeah.
So that's all it would take for you is to
I wouldn't
believe in
change
God.
God, but I would worship it, thank it. I'd change my thank it. It depends what this God is. Like, if it's telling me that I have to change my life, thank it and see in order to be faithful and follow, like follow, like, it's just a condition if I can do ability as a human.
Is there anything you wouldn't do for? Is there anything you wouldn't do for a god that had compelled you to believe in its existence? Is there any existence?
Is there anything I wouldn't do?
Is there
anything I wouldn't do? No.
So if a god had compelled you to believe that it existed, you would do whatever it commanded you to.
Sure, because then, isn't it? And it doesn't really matter what other people say or think.
You're saying if you felt somehow that a god was giving you a commandment to do something, you disagree with because you believed in and worshipped or at least followed a god.
I guess yes, but that would require me to believe in the God, whoever it is that we're hypothetically talking about, truly and honestly, and then, like I said, everything else at that point doesn't matter, right? My morals and ethics and that we're matter, right? My morals and ethics and everything else can be thrown out the window if, hypothetically, like, it's a very deep question, but I mean, ultimately, yes.
Sounds like it's a good thing you don't have a god.
I think good and evil are incredibly subjective. I think evil things can be done in good ways, and good things can be done in evil ways. It's a matter of opinion, where you stand.
Interesting take. I might explore good and evil with you another time. But I think, assuming they're still there. Oh, no, never mind. Well, we had another guest lined up, but they've since run off.
I ultimately believe that good and evil are completely subjective. Completely. So is that interesting in itself?
Not really.
Do you believe that evil things can be done in a good way?
Potentially. I think these are, again, going to go into definitions which, as you pointed out, would likely be subjective.
For sure.
Is there room for a god to exist in your worldview?
Yeah.
Do you think that you have left sufficient room for a god to verify its own existence to you?
Yeah. I'm probably the most open-minded individual you'll probably come across. I'm waiting for an opportunity for something to show me anything. And like I said, I've studied multiple religions. I was born a Christian. I just haven't resonated with much, even spirituality.
What do you mean by resonated?
I haven't felt a deep desire or impulse or connection to any sort of higher being or power. Just haven't. I haven't. Nothing's resonated with me, whatever I...
Have you done a deep dive into all the world's religions to see if what could resonate with what could resonate with you is still out there?
About, like, what, 3,000 different gods?
Pretty sure it's more than that.
At least maybe 3,000. So I don't think that would be even So I don't think that would be even humanly.
Religions you have explored to see if they could resonate.
I mean, Buddhism is probably the one that I resonate most closely with, but...
What religions have you explored? Interesting. 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 The life is looping. Interesting. The life is looping. Okay. I don't know why it's looping. It's interesting whenever I get an atheist guest up here. There's usually a believer in queue right behind them. And as soon as I begin to wind that conversation down, they run off, almost as if they're only here to, I don't know, question the atheist. Could assume the best intentions. Oh my, Morgan. That program through the Vatican where every atheist is assigned a virtual proselytizer. Well, we had our proselytizer earlier. Kelly says you advocate for the destroying people's beliefs, but you destroy their worth for your entertainment. No, don't think you've ever actually paid attention if that's what you think's happening here. I'm impressed. Everybody's just hanging on to the silence. It's probably because you guys are the most amazing audience on TikTok. I really do over 122,000 times. And all the shares were over 50 shares, of course. The more that, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure the more we share, even if we just copy the link, we probably help the algorithm just a little bit more. Yeah, I don't even think that person knows what live they're talking about. Humiliate and mock people. And I don't think that happens. I don't mock people for their beliefs. I ask questions. Occasionally some questions I might be playful with, but it's going to be dependent on the conversation. Callie seems to have a full Yelp review ready to go. I mean, that's great, but it's not really the time or the place. Hello, Heretical. Did you mean to request up?
I did mean to request that, actually. Am I coming through okay?
You're a little bit echoey, yeah.
Is that better?
Much better.
Yeah, I did want to say, Callie, you're talking about the wrong skeleton. I'm the one who actively is a jerk to people. Thrayle's always the nice one. Sometimes.
I mean, I try to be nice. Sometimes they drag a little bit of, I don't know, spiciness is what it's been referred to.
Spicy, bombastic Thrayle.
Bombastic. Mr. Fantastic, huh?
I'm gonna need you to record that. Make a whole cover of that. It would be Mr. Bonebastic.
Bonebastic. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's horrible, despicable, and really mean to people. Thrayle, did you know you're horrible and despicable?
No, I didn't. It is mean and spiteful to the human spirit. What does that even mean? We are already suffering enough as it is. What is this human a spirit thing. Not sure I understand what that is, Callie.
Is Callie not going to come up?
No, Callie doesn't come up. Callie just complains in the chat, makes false accusations, and pretends that they know what's happening, but they have no idea. Because they don't actually watch long enough to see a full conversation and see what takes place. They just assume that we're waiting in ambush. No, Callie. We got a Morgan.
Oh god, so just follow me everywhere I go.
Yeah, I follow you, sure.
I never meant to find you. I never wanted to be exposed to your toxic behavior. You continue to be cruel and nuanced about people's beliefs. So cruel and nuanced.
Is this Bridgerton Thrayle?
It is your actions on this channel that exposes people to your toxic and evil intentions.
I didn't know Tim Curry was on the Batcolyte.
Tim Curry. I'm gonna have to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Bridget Thrayle. I think Callie would like to speak to the manager.
I genuinely mean this, and I hope you have a support system, but this is not the place, my friend.
When my brothers and sisters are being beaten and tortured, am I to leave the room? Am I to ignore it? Beaten and tortured with questions.
That's wild.
Are you fucking kidding me? You are unhinged.
I don't need you to remind me of my free will. Clearly we do, because no one's keeping you here, my friend. And no one's attacking anybody.
Beaten and tortured. I feel like I'm going to finish life in this accent. I'm just going to speak like this all night. I'm stuck here now. Here we go. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
Jessica, you can't tell me to walk the plank.
That was most indubitably the best segue you've ever done.
I think you feel like I should have a spot of Earl Grey.
I will fetch your finest bone cups then.
don't believe I'll be ordering executions or decapitations anytime soon there, Crybaby Monster, but I do think occasionally I can get a little posh with it, if that need be.
No, my lord, I just checked the docket for today. There's no executions. Maybe tomorrow.
What are you talking? What village? This is holy guacamole. I see you in here almost every day, and you never make sense when you come in here. I genuinely just want you to have the support you need.